for every child like her. My Democratic colleagues and I have worked hard to save Medicaid. And we tried to reach across the aisle to protect the 17 million Americans, just like Hannah, who could lose their health insurance because of this bill Republicans and Donald Trump signed into law. But unfortunately, President Trump insisted that congressional Republicans pass his tax cut for billionaires, and they did what they were told. So now, Hannah and her family, and millions more like them, may be forced back into medical debt. And to the proponents of this new law, who insist that kids like Hannah aren't the ones they're targeting to kick off coverage, I'd say that either they're being dishonest or they simply don't understand how Medicaid actually works. These cuts shrink the entire pot of money states rely on to fund Medicaid. Nevada and every state in this country will be forced to stretch fewer dollars to cover everyone. That almost always means tightening eligibility or cutting services so kids like Hannah and end up losing coverage, even if they weren't the type of person that Republicans singled out for cuts. It's just shameful. It's un-American, and we are better than this as a country. Now, my Democratic colleagues and I will do everything in our power to restore the health care funding Republicans have gutted. You heard them on the floor today. You're going to hear from more of my colleagues. I will say this: we will not let our colleagues forget what they did. We will not let them forget the millions of Americans, whether they are in our state or their states, that are losing access to health care, that just want to get ahead, be able to afford their health care, have access to health care for themselves and their families. That is worth fighting for. With that, I yield the floor.
From Minnesota.
Mr. President, 60 years ago today, President Lyndon Johnson and Vice President Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota, whose desk my hands sit on right now, traveled to Independence, Missouri. President Johnson signed Medicare and Medicaid into law. He chose that city for a reason. He wanted to make clear these programs deliver what their birthplace promises: independence, health, and security for millions of Americans. Before that day, 6 years ago, there was no comprehensive government health insurance in the United States. If you didn't get insurance through work, you were on your own. Before Medicare, no insurance company wanted to provide coverage to seniors. Most Americans without job-based coverage face illnesses and injuries knowing they would have to pay out of pocket. And millions, especially older Americans, kids, low-income families, went without the care they needed. They risked their health and their financial security. Today, over 110 million Americans, including more than 1 million people in my state, depend on Medicare and Medicaid. These programs cover everything from hospital visits to life-saving prescriptions to long-term care that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And these programs, along with Social Security, have driven poverty among seniors to record lows. But that promise is under renewed threat. My Republican colleagues have passed laws that cut Medicaid and Medicare, which millions of Americans rely on. They voted to cut health care by over $1 trillion to pay for a bunch of tax cuts for billionaires. These cuts will throw more than 15 million Americans off of health care and threaten the independence, not just of our seniors, but of kids, people with disabilities, rural families, and working Americans. As you know, the Medicaid cuts were right there for all to see. The Medicare, that came out of a trigger because they added so much to the debt at $4 trillion that it triggered an automatic Medicare cut of $500 billion. That sucks rural hospitals right there, and we're already seeing the effects of the anticipation of that because rural hospitals can't wait a year. They've got to show the people that run their hospitals what's going to happen. And if they think they can't make it because of these cuts and what's happening, we lose these rural hospitals. And suddenly, moms that want to deliver babies have to drive 2 hours People want to go to an emergency room, have nowhere to go. In my state, 170,000 people from all walks of life risk losing access to the care that keeps them healthy and self-sufficient. Cuts like these nationally could close over 300 rural hospitals, 200 health centers, and over 500 nursing homes. Families caring for kids with special needs, kids with disabilities, could be left without the support that allows them to thrive, and people once again will be forced to choose between putting food on the table and filling a prescription. As my Republican colleagues attack these programs, I have heard from countless Minnesotans who are among the 71 million Americans that rely on Medicaid in particular. More than 1 in 5 in my state get access to care through Medicaid. And for seniors in assisted living, it's 1 out of 2. So when it comes to people who rely on Medicaid, one example is Lola, whose daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. A social worker advised Lola that her employer-based insurance may not cover the cancer treatments that her daughter needed and connected her with Medicaid. She said Medicaid helped completely with the transfusions, the surgeries, the T-cell therapy, and ongoing care. Lola added, using my own insurance would have caused delays, and ultimately, I would have been, for my daughter, in a life-death situation without Medicaid. Or Robbie, who after years in adult foster care now lives independently with a roommate because of Medicaid's disability waiver and community-based services. For these Minnesotans, it isn't about politics. When they call our office, we don't ask if they're a Democrat or Republican. We just help them. When they send us a letter with their stories and pleading for help, we just help them. It's about whether we as a country honor our promise that every American deserves independence, dignity, and security. Medicare, Medicaid, overwhelmingly popular with Americans, overwhelmingly needed by Americans. It's about caring for another. It's about ensuring every American can live with a peace of mind and have dignity in their senior years, and strengthening health and prosperity in every corner of our country. On this 60th anniversary, we should be strengthening these lifelines, not dismantling them. As a nation, we have already made progress, capping out-of-pocket drug costs, and with the last administration, passing my bill to empower Medicare to finally negotiate drug prices. And what a savings if this administration will continue this program that already for the first 10 drugs saved billions of dollars. Making healthcare affordable, saving families thousands of dollars on therapies and hospital stays for complex illnesses. Yet today, on this milestone anniversary, we're again called to defend the very promise that began in Independence, Missouri, 60 years ago. To paraphrase Minnesota's happy warrior, Hubert Humphrey, who was there with President Johnson when he served as vice president after he was senator from the great state of Minnesota, he once said this. Hubert Humphrey said, "The moral test of a government isn't just how it treats the young and healthy. It's also how it treats the sick, the elderly, and people with disabilities." That's definitely true for government, and I believe it's a moral test for all Americans. And I urge my colleagues, let's protect the health and security that Medicare and Medicaid provide for Americans of all ages. Let's keep the spirit of independence alive, so every kid, every family, every person, no matter their story, can count on Medicare and Medicaid for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Mexico.
I rise today for every American who's scared. Scared about losing their health insurance, scared about making ends meet after the passage of the Republican budget betrayal. Now, this August, my Republican colleagues are going to have to return home, and they're going to have to face their constituents. Let's see how many of them have the courage to hold town halls and actually have real conversations with their constituents and take real questions. Now, I hope my Republican colleagues are ready to explain why they gave the ultra-wealthy a $250,000 tax break. You heard that right. A $250,000 tax break while gutting Medicaid. A gut punch to people that depend on Medicaid to be able to get the care that they need for themselves or for their kids. maybe some other loved ones. The same Medicaid which helps cover the births of nearly half of America's children. Now, I hope my Republicans can answer how they could take from veterans, seniors, and children with disabilities just to hand more money to the top 0.1%. The top 0.1%, they're the wealthiest people in America. That's who were rewarded with the taking of this money. Now, meanwhile, Democrats have been listening to our constituents and hosting town halls, even in Republican-led states, and fighting back against a law that does nothing for working families and everything for the ultra-rich. Now, Senate Democrats are offering Republicans another chance to reverse the devastating cuts they just passed, cuts that will close rural hospitals and decimate Medicaid. Because Republicans have turned health care into a privilege only reserved for the most wealthy in the country. It's not the way it's always been. 60 years ago, Democrats and Republicans on this very floor, they came together to save seniors living in poverty and Americans who were suffering or dying prematurely because they didn't have health insurance. They couldn't see a doctor. This promise our government made to our nation has saved millions from illness and undue financial burdens. Senate Republicans broke that promise to the American people. Senate Democrats know that every American needs health care to survive. Now, back home in New Mexico, families are learning what this law means for their daily lives. Some already living their worst fears. They're checking their bank accounts. They're calling their doctors. They're trying to refill prescriptions while they still can. Moms and dads of the very sick kids are wondering how they're going to afford care when these cuts go through. Now, one of those moms is Carissa from Las Vegas, New Mexico. Her daughter, Aurora, was born with the chromosome 16 disorder. She had to have open heart surgery. She spent her first year of life on oxygen. Now, Aurora's a fighter. But without Medicaid, Carissa could never have afforded the surgeries that saved Aurora's life. Because of Medicaid, Aurora isn't just surviving, she's thriving. She's going to birthday parties. She's playing on the playground, dancing to her favorite cartoons. That's what the fight is all about. You know, as senators, we have the privilege to represent our constituents. But it comes with responsibility to ensure families like Carissa's can focus on healing instead of having to focus on the bills they can't afford. Now look, New Mexicans aren't looking for handouts. They work hard. They care for one another. I know it because I've lived it. When I was a kid, we moved in with my grandparents, Celedon and Nestora Lujan. Now, I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. We lived together because we had to. Now, don't take that wrong. We were also blessed to. That's how families get by in New Mexico. Medicaid's not a handout. It's a lifeline. Medicaid is American dignity. The dignity of parents focused on caring for their children, not having to argue with an insurance company. The dignity of a senior not having to choose between medicine and groceries. Earlier this month, Senate Republicans all voted to gut Medicaid and the Affordable Act. I mean, heck, some Senate Republicans are now even introducing legislation to roll back the very Medicaids that they cut on this floor just 3 weeks ago, trying to cover their tracks. By the way, these same Senate Republicans all said on this Senate floor in one way or another that they promised that they were not going to cut Medicaid. Well, I'm tired of saying, well, it's not completely true, or, oh, well, they misspoke. No, they lied. And growing up, my father told me that the cover-up is worse than the lie. I hope when they go home, they have the courage to face their constituents. So, Democrats, we're all standing here today to do what's right. Our bill will restore the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits, which will bring down costs. It will reverse Republican cuts to Medicaid, remove red tape, and prevent the closures of rural hospitals, something I think that we all agree on. So I urge my Republican colleagues, vote for your constituents. Vote to save our rural hospitals and vote to restore dignity to every American. Let's work together and reverse the damage of the Republican budget betrayal. I yield.
Mr. President.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled votes. Durbin for up to 15 minutes, Cotton for up to 5 minutes, Patty Murray for up to 5 minutes, and Mark Warner for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, from time to time I come to the floor to discuss political prisoners jailed by some of the world's worst regimes. I've often been joined in that effort to secure their release by colleagues on both sides of the aisle, including then Senator and now Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You see, despite periods of retreat on the global stage, the United States is still being seen as a beacon of hope for those who want freedom and democracy. And this American voice has always enjoyed broad bipartisan support. President Reagan certainly understood this when he famously told the Soviets, "Tear down this wall," at the Brandenburg Gate. The late John McCain understood this when he joined thousands of Ukrainians aspiring for freedom on Maidan Square. President Trump's special envoy, Keith Kellogg, understood this when he recently secured the release of several Belarusian political prisoners. And my former Senate colleague from Maryland, Ben Cardin, understood this when he passed the bipartisan Global Magnitsky Act. Many times those released from gulags overseas as a result of pressure from this chamber have even visited me here in Washington. And they note how important it is to be remembered despite their isolation. So today, I want to mention just a few cases that deserve the attention of this Senate. Let me start with the United Arab Emirates. If you follow soccer or football, depending on your choice of the name of the sport, you'll see Emirates across the uniforms of some of the most famous Premier League teams. When you think of the Emirates, you think of those teams and you wonder about the airline, but you may not think twice about human rights. United Arab Emirates, were one of that nation's top human rights defenders, Ahmed Mansour, has been imprisoned for 8 years. Mansour is considered one of the last major human rights voices in the Emirates, one tragically being held at times in solitary confinement, separated from his family. He was arrested under the guise that his social media posts advocating for human rights threatened social harmony. Despite dismal conditions of his incarceration, he remained steadfast in his commitment to human rights, even conducting multiple hunger strikes in protest of his jail conditions, the same conditions he spoke out against before his detention. Recently, his outrageous 15-year sentence was upheld on appeal. We have strong ties and a shared interest with the UAE, but its continued involvement in the horrific Sudanese civil war and incarceration of Mr. Mansour complicate that relationship. I appeal to the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan to show compassion and allow Mr. Mansour's release on humanitarian grounds. And to those at the United Arab Emirates Embassy here in Washington, if you are listening to my voice, understand this. We're expecting a positive response from Mr. Mansour, and we're expecting it soon. If you ignore this entreaty, believe me, many of us will remember. Next on the list is Azerbaijan. In 2023, anti-corruption researcher and advocate Dr. Gubad Ibadoglu and his wife were forcibly dragged from their vehicle and severely beaten. He was taken to a prison well known for its torture, where he was denied medication and legal representation. What crime did he commit? Investigating and writing on the rampant corruption stemming from Azerbaijan's oil and gas industry. While he was eventually placed under house arrest in April 2024, he has still been denied a trial, legal representation, access to adequate medical care, and his family continues to suffer harassment. He is one of the many wrongfully detained individuals in Azerbaijan who should be released. If the Azerbaijan embassy is watching this presentation, we are begging you, do something to give this man a break and release him from prison. We will be watching and hope you do. Next is Tunisia, one of the most promising nations to emerge from the Arab Spring that sadly has seen President Said consolidate power, stifle defense by arresting political opponents and critics. One such case is Sonia Damani, a prominent Tunisian lawyer, political commentator who was arrested in May 2024 for her radio and television commentary. She faces 5 separate legal proceedings and an additional 10 years on pending charges. Her sister, Ramla, was also sentenced in absentia to 2 years in prison for advocating for her sister's case on social media. Ms. Damani has endured appalling prison conditions, including sexual assault and denial of basic medical care. I urge President Said, release her on humanitarian charges and drop any remaining charges, including those against her sister. If you're watching this presentation from the Embassy of Tunisia, believe me, we are begging you to act on this quickly. Show that you heard this. Show that you understand the severity of your decision, and understand that those of us in Congress and in the Senate will be watching carefully to see your response. Lastly, 2 cases in Guatemala. Cases new President Arevalo inherited and has bravely tried to solve. The troubling jailing of journalist Jose Ruben Zamora and legal harassment of anti-corruption prosecutor Virginia La Parra. Their incarceration occurred amid multiple efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power to President Arevalo last year. Both were eventually released from prison to house arrest, but Mr. Zamora has now been sent back to prison, and Mrs. La Parra continues to face baseless legal harassment from holdovers from the previous regime. Both deserve full release and dropping of remaining charges. If the Embassy of Guatemala is following my statement, please respond and quickly to give these 2 people relief. We'll be watching carefully and hope that you do. Mr. President, what we do here matters around the world, for the large and small battles occurring for freedom and democracy. My friend and jailed Russian dissident, Vladimir Kara-Murza, wrote the following from his Russian gulag a few years ago, and I quote him: "The prisoner's worst nightmare is the thought of being forgotten. I always knew how true those words were," and Kara-Murza wrote, "and how important were international campaigns of solidarity with prisoners of conscience. I now feel it with my own skin. So let me remind Ahmad, Gubad, Sonia, Jose Ruben, and Virginia, you are not forgotten." Today, as I deliver these remarks, members of the families of some of these people are in the gallery. Don't give up hope. I will continue to be that voice to remind the world of the incarceration and treatment of those that you love. We need to be a beacon of hope in the United States. This is a demonstration, and we are begging these countries that are involved in these incarcerations and treatment to change their approach completely and give these people the freedom that they deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President,
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
today I urge my Senate colleagues to confirm Joe Kent as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Mr. Kent has 20 years of military service and 11 combat deployments during the War on Terror, as well as experience as a Green Beret and a CIA officer. Mr. Kent has dedicated his career to fighting terrorism and keeping Americans safe. For Joe, this mission is both patriotic and sadly personal, as his first wife, Shannon, was tragically killed while serving in Syria in 2019. America remains grateful for and honored by her selfless, valiant service to our nation, and we continue to hold Joe and their children in our prayers for their loss. Mr. Kent understands the grave threat that terrorism poses to the security and safety of Americans. He is committed to returning the National Counterterrorism Center to its statutory mission of integrating threat intelligence from foreign terrorist organizations and to getting out of purely domestic activities. These are among the reasons I call on my colleagues to support his nomination. Finally, in addition to Mr. Kent, I'd like to emphasize the urgency with which the Senate ought to confirm nominees to all intelligence and national security related positions. Getting these nominees through the confirmation pipeline is essential to our national security and crucial to increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of our intelligence agencies. Again, I'm pleased to offer my support for Mr. Kent's nomination, and I call on my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Clarkson nomination.
Without objection.
Very exciting.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the National Counterterrorism Center plays a crucial role keeping our country safe. The agency is responsible for collecting and analyzing intelligence to help protect our nation from terrorist threats. It is sober, serious work that requires a level head and a commitment to putting the mission before politics, which is why I'm deeply alarmed that Republicans are charging ahead to put it under the thumb of a conspiracy theorist who espouses white supremacist views and is patently unqualified for this important role in just about every way imaginable. You're supposed to pick people with qualifications, but just about everything we know about Joe Kent is disqualifying for this role and alarming. There's his track record, chumming it up with white supremacists, from discussing campaign strategy with avowed white supremacist Nick Fuentes, to giving an interview to a guy who has defended Hitler, to rallying with the founder of a far-right paramilitary group, and let's not forget the Proud Boy that he hired as a consultant. And it's not just his connections, there's his own bigoted statements like claiming Islam is, quote, based on conquest at its core, and pushing racist replacement theory rhetoric. That is alarming stuff. Let's be frank. These are white supremacist views, and they should have absolutely no place in our federal government. And then there is his track record of politicizing intelligence, like when he was caught red-handed pushing to change intelligence reports. Facts be damned, so they would agree with Trump and attack Biden. Joe Kent also has a track record of peddling conspiracies and attacking law enforcement, from saying our country is at war with a, quote, leftist cabal, or calling to completely defund the FBI and ATF, agencies that keep Americans safe from foreign and domestic threats, or pushing the offensive and false conspiracy that the January 6th insurrection was somehow a deep state plot. You want to know who in the federal government was behind the insurrection? How about we start with the man in the White House who promised to march to the Capitol with them? How about we start with the president who calls rioters patriots? How about we start with the guy who pardoned violent cop beaters en masse? If you cannot be honest with the American people about January 6th, you have no business being trusted with protecting our democracy. It should be that simple. And let's not forget, Joe Kent was on the infamous Signalgate chat where classified attack plans were discussed with no regard for security, for law, not to mention the safety of our service members. You know what he had to say about that? he said no classified information was discussed. That was the answer he gave at his Senate confirmation hearing. Now, it's obvious that answer was a complete lie. Last week, the Pentagon's watchdog confirmed there was classified information in that Signal chat. So was Kent being intentionally dishonest, or does he not understand what classified information is? Either way, it is completely disqualifying, which, as I think I've made clear, is pretty much the pattern here. So here's my warning to Republicans. Confirming someone like Joe Kent to lead the National Counterterrorism Center makes about as much sense as putting Donald Trump in charge of releasing the Epstein files after all that we have learned. We have all the evidence we could ever need in the public record right now that he's not going to do the right thing. And we have no reason to believe he will do this important, high-stakes work in a serious, impartial manner, let alone a competent one. So, Mr. President, I'm here to urge all my colleagues to join me in doing exactly what people back in Washington State have done each time they were asked to trust Joe Kent. Vote no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my friend, the senator from Washington State, who I'm going to follow with some of her concerns. And it is pretty remarkable. So I do rise with grave concern to speak in opposition to the nomination of Joe Kent to lead the National Counterterrorism Center. And others may have already said this, but this is not a nomination we should treat lightly. The director of NCTC plays a central role in asserting and integrating intelligence on terrorist threats, both foreign and domestic. That person must be trusted to tell the truth and to uphold the core principles of the intelligence community: objectivity, nonpartisanship, and fidelity to fact. Unfortunately, Mr. Kent has shown time and again that he cannot meet the standard. Now, let me acknowledge at the front end, Mr. President, that I respect Mr. Kent because he spent much of his adult life in service to this country. He enlisted in the U.S. Army at 18, served for 2 decades as a Green Beret, deployed overseas 11 times before working as a field operative for the CIA. That record of service deserves recognition, and I do not question Mr. Kent's devotion to our country. However, that service, while admirable, cannot overcome a consistent pattern of questionable judgment and false statements at odds with the objectivity he would be expected to uphold as director of NCTC. In May, Congress received clear written evidence that Mr. Kent, while serving as Chief of Staff to Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, sought to manipulate intelligence to match a political narrative promoted by President Trump. Specifically, after the National Intelligence Council assessed that the Venezuelan government was not directing the movement of Tren de Agua, the Tren de Agua gang, into the United States, Mr. Kent pressured career analysts to alter that conclusion, not because of new intelligence, but because he feared the report would be, quote, be used against the DNI or POTUS. Let me say that again. Mr. Kent pressured career, nonpartisan intelligence analysts to change their conclusions, not to reflect the facts, but somehow to protect Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. And the remarkable thing that happened next, Mr. President, is that when the analysts stood firm, they were fired, sending a chilling message to every intelligence officer tasked with protecting this country. Let me be crystal clear. I mean, Tren de Agua is a violent and dangerous transnational gang. And the Maduro government, full of pretty bad folks. And nobody that I know of, least of all me, is minimizing the threat that Trendlog poses or the importance of tracking their ideas and their activities in the United States. But our national security decisions must be based on facts, not politics. When intelligence professionals conclude, based on the best available information, that the Venezuelan government is not coordinating with that gang, their analysis, I think, has to be respected, even if it contradicts a political talking point. Distorting that analysis to score political points not only undermines trust in the intelligence community, it risks misdirecting resources and attention away from the real threats we face. Unfortunately, this incident is part of a much larger pattern underscoring that Mr. Kent lacks the judgment and commitment to truth required of such an important position. Mr. Kent has openly embraced the lie that the 2020 election was, quote, rigged and stolen, a lie that, as the senator from Washington indicated, helped fuel an insurrection against our democracy. And he has defended those who violently stormed the Capitol on January 6th, referring to them as, quote, political prisoners, and falsely claimed that the FBI and the intelligence community were involved in directing the violence that occurred that day. I can tell you, I was here that day. That was not directed by the FBI. He's participated in the Signal Gate group chat where Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, and other political appointees discussed classified information, carelessly putting our sailors and pilots at risk, and for which Mr. Kent, in testimony before my committee on the Senate Intelligence Committee, remained thoroughly unrepentant. During his nomination hearing, rather than reassure the committee of his qualifications or judgment, he launched into a diatribe about the so-called Russia hoax, dismissing well-documented foreign interference in our elections as if it were a partisan intervention. Down to my last 2 pages, Mr. President, the claim is not just wrong, it is willfully ignorant. The Senate Intelligence Committee conducted a comprehensive 5-volume bipartisan investigation of the Russian interference in the 2016 election. Over those 5 volumes, we detailed how Russia interfered in our democratic process, how those efforts were designed to help Donald Trump, and how individuals affiliated with his campaign welcomed these efforts. That's not a hoax. That's a fact. Matter of fact, unanimously confirmed by every member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican and Democrat. Mr. Kent's outright dismissal of it speaks volumes about how he views the truth, intelligence, and accountability. Nor can we ignore his troubling associations. Mr. Kent has repeatedly aligned himself with far-right extremist groups, employing a member of the Proud Boys, a white national organization, with a record of political violence and extremism as part of his 2022 campaign for Congress, a campaign for which he also solicited help from white nationalist Nick Fuentes. At a time when domestic violent extremism is one of the fastest growing threats to the homeland, we are being asked to put someone in charge of counterterrorism who has aligned himself with political violence, promoted falsehoods that undermine our democracy, and tried to twist intelligence to serve a political agenda. I urge my colleagues, particularly those who value the credibility of our intelligence agencies, to think carefully about what message it sends if Mr. Kent is confirmed. Allowing Mr. Kent to lead the NCTC would not just compromise the integrity of our counterterrorism efforts, it would embolden those who believe that loyalty to one man should outweigh loyalty to the truth. It would signal the politicization of intelligence and search for falsehoods is no longer a disqualifier, and it would make this country less safe. For these reasons, I join others and strongly urge a no on this nomination. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The question occurs on the Kent nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms.
Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Capito, Cotton, Moreno, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, and Warner. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no.
You would think on your left.
Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
Nomination is, okay. On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. Okay, I go to this one. Read this. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel of the Department of Agriculture shall be brought to a close?
You don't need them.
The nays are required under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Young. Phyllis. Duckworth. I got you. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You didn't see me say
No, I didn't. Were you taking over?
No, I'm just trying it out.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Gotcha. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, thank you, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wells. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Fetterman? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Wyden? No. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Lamas, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. They're really nice. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? No. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Agriculture, Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, and as if in legislative session, it be in order for Senator Sanders to make motions to discharge S.J. Res. 41 and S.J. Res. 34, and if made, the Senate vote on the motions to discharge in the order listed at 9 p.m. today. Further, following the disposition of the motions to discharge the joint resolutions, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on executive calendar numbers 172 and 282, and that the mandatory quorum calls be waived. Finally, if cloture is invoked on any of the nominations individually, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Thursday, July 31st. And if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent that all votes after the first vote tonight be strictly 10 minutes in length.
Without objection.
President.
The Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask for a unanimous consent motion and reserve my remarks until after we've had a chance to address that motion, recognizing that we're dealing with some scheduling issues this evening. But I want to make sure that I reserve the right to actually make a statement about my unanimous consent request after we've had our exchange. So, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-151 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. This is legislation that would address the tariffs that the President is considering.
Is there objections?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like my colleague from New Hampshire, I want to make a statement after, but I want to, at the moment, accommodate the scheduling requirements of some of my other colleagues. So I want to make a unanimous consent motion, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2383, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I rise in opposition to S-2383, the Creating Access to Necessary American-Canadian Duty Adjustments Act, and S-151, the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes on Imported Goods Act of 2025. I agree with my colleagues, who will speak in just a moment, that tariffs should be more targeted to avoid harm to small businesses. I made precisely that point at a hearing in the Finance Committee in May. Similarly, with less than 2 days to go to the August 1 reciprocal negotiation deadline, I appreciate that my colleagues, as well as our constituents, may be nervous about what comes next. However, at this juncture, these two bills are counterproductive to helping American families and businesses of all sizes. The President's historic trade negotiations are bearing fruit. President Trump already announced new trade deals with major trading partners, including the United Kingdom, Indonesia, Japan, and the European Union. I urge other trading partners to reach a deal by August 1st. Consequently, S-151 and S-2383 are counterproductive to the progress that President Trump has achieved and is poised to continue achieving in ongoing negotiations with our trading partners. On April 30, the Senate rejected the IEEPA disapproval resolution on reciprocal tariffs for the same reasons. For these reasons, I again object.
The objection is heard. The senator from New Hampshire.
On Friday, we may be facing the next escalation in the president's trade war. The tariffs that the president announced in April on virtually every country in the world are set to go into full effect tomorrow night at 12:01 a.m. Those tariffs are expected to add about $2,400 in costs for the average household per year. That's why I introduced the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes on Imported Goods Act. This bill states clearly that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act cannot be used to place taxes on imports. If the president needs to block a dangerous product, he still can under my legislation. But if there is a real threat, I think we'd want to stop it, not just tax it. That's what my bill does. It makes clear what the federal court has already found, that IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, does not authorize tariffs. Passing my bill would give businesses and families more certainty to plan for the future and to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets. Virtually every business in New Hampshire that I've visited since the president announced his proposed tariffs has said that in addition to the tariffs, the uncertainty is as difficult for them as the tariffs. So I'm disappointed that Senator Crapo decided to block this common sense legislation. Sadly, I'm not surprised. But this bill would do so much to help families and businesses in all of our states. It would shield them from higher costs. And we've been hearing about some of these deals that Senator Crapo referred to that have been reached with the EU and Japan. But let's be clear about what those deals mean, because even after those deals, those agreements, trade agreements, Americans are going to be left paying dramatically higher tariffs. A new analysis this week found that we will be paying the highest tariffs since the Great Depression. And we saw what those tariffs before the Great Depression contributed to. Now, we just saw a deal announced with the EU by the President and Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, forcing 15% taxes on imports. Now, compare that to what we were paying in 2024 at this same time. That was about 1.5%. So under this great deal that the president negotiated with the EU, Americans are going to be paying 10 times what we paid last year. And with Japan, President Trump agreed to a 15% tax. That's also 10 times what we were paying last year. So let's don't pretend that these are some big wins. The president can announce that, but they're only a slight improvement on a crisis that the president created himself. At a time when people are rightly worried about the rising cost of living, Trump's tariffs amount to a tax to make everything from clothes to housing to food even more expensive. For example, last month, home prices hit a record high, and these tariffs could add more than $10,000 to the cost of a home. Coffee prices hit a record high earlier this year, And now President Trump wants to put a 50% tariff on Brazil, our largest source of coffee. As families do their back-to-school shopping, they're going to see higher prices for clothing and shoes. Those prices could go up by 35% by the end of the year. And for new parents, just for example, the price of one stroller at Walmart went up 50% in 2 months. And there are countless more products that are facing higher prices. So let's be clear. These tariffs do nothing to bring down costs. And in fact, they could add, as I said earlier in this statement, about $2,400 to the average household's yearly expenses. That's money that most families don't have just lying around. We have all of those costs from these tariffs, and yet at this moment, 30 hours from when the tariffs are going to go into effect, we still have seen no official notice implementing any of these deals, and that includes, by the way, no clarity on whether prescription drugs coming from Europe will face a 15% tariff starting in 2 days. I had a chance to meet with a pharmaceutical company this week, and they were lamenting what the impact was going to be on prescription drug prices because of the tariffs from the EU. Last Friday, I visited the Bruckner Group in New Hampshire. They supply equipment to domestic manufacturers and import some of their specialized machines, which they make, in Europe. The machines they bring in are sold to manufacturers here in the U.S. to make everything from IV bags to toothpaste containers. They have 80 employees in the U.S. and far more work on their machines at other companies across the country. They saw orders put on hold in April, and further investments in the U.S. are delayed because they can't be certain what the tariffs are going to be that they might face. So they told me that even worse than the tariffs in some way is the uncertainty that's been created, the chaos that's been created by President Trump's announcements, because people don't know how to plan. Businesses don't know what to invest in. I believe in supporting domestic manufacturing. It's New Hampshire's third largest industry. But half of all imports are raw materials and intermediate goods, the very things that domestic manufacturers rely on. Instead of supporting domestic manufacturing, these trade policies are making future American manufacturing more expensive. And furthermore, they're threatening jobs. You know, my husband and I started out our married life owning and operating a small business. I know the hardest part of small businesses is growing and sustaining those businesses when you're uncertain about what's going to happen. And that's what these tariffs create, as I heard at Bruckner Group USA, as I've heard at every business I've visited. When I visited Bruckner 4 days ago, we had a 10% tax on everything imported from the EU. And at the time, that was set to jump to 30% this Friday. Then Sunday, we saw an agreement to set the tax at 15%, but with unclear exceptions to that tax, like, as I heard from the pharmaceutical company, with prescription drugs. I also heard from Flight coffee roasters in Bedford, New Hampshire. They're worried about the president's threat to place new tariffs on Brazil because they've already been paying a 10% markup on coffee because of these tariffs. Now they're facing a 50% tax on Brazilian coffee starting on Friday. And they have no choice but to charge consumers more. Their most popular product comes from Brazil. So this is a big hit to their business, and they can't be sure how this is going to impact their sales. And we should be clear, the U.S. has a trade surplus with Brazil. This threat is just because the president wants Brazil's independent judiciary to stop the prosecution of Brazil's former president. How is any business supposed to plan for that kind of rationale and for those kinds of swings. They need to secure financing, they need to place orders, they need to invest in order to grow in the months and years ahead. But building a new plant and moving production takes time. In some cases, it takes years. So how can companies plan when they don't even know whether the Trump tax, his tariff, is going to be 10% or 30% or something in between or something higher? New Hampshire's in a housing crisis. How can builders plan their costs when no one can tell them if there's going to be a new 30 or even 50% tax on their materials come Friday? And how can a family already struggling with high costs continue to pay the rent and put food on the table if their household expenses are going up $2,400 this year? And now on Friday, the administration is planning to make the goods businesses and families need 10 or 30 or 40 or 50% more expensive overnight. This president promised to lower the price of everything. Groceries, rent, energy. What these tariffs do is just the opposite. And we're hearing a lot of positive spin from the administration about the deals that they're striking. But let me end by making 2 points. First, we heard a lot of talk about 90 deals in 90 days. Well, we're way past that deadline, and we've seen 6, count them, 6 announcements. And it's not even clear that Vietnam has actually agreed to what the president announced. Second, I want to remind all of us that these deals all force Americans and American businesses to pay a tax rate that is far higher than what we saw before the president engaged in this trade war. I talked earlier about how for both Europe and Japan, Americans will face a tax that's 10 times higher than we paid last year. That same trend holds across every deal he's announced. With Indonesia, he agreed to a 19% tax, 4 times what we paid last year. With the Philippines, a 20% tax, up from 1.3%, so 15 times what we paid last year. And for the UK, where we have a trade surplus, again, a trade surplus, he agreed to a 10% tariff, again, 10 times what we paid in 2024. So we should be very clear. All of these rates are an increase from what Americans have been paying since April. This president has raised average tariffs from 2.5% to more than 17%, the highest level since the Great Depression. Again and again, he is adding costs to American families and businesses. And what are these costs for? They're to finance tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, for the biggest corporations. The end result of the president's art of the deal on trade is higher costs for families, uncertainty for businesses, and alienated allies who no longer view America as a reliable partner to do business with. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Vermont.
these tariffs are terrible. Number one, let's be clear, they're a tax. So every tariff is going to be paid for by every consumer in this country, and it's going to be an expense for every business in this country. That's number one. Number two, these tariffs are totally chaotic and creating an immense amount of uncertainty so that businesses don't know what is the tariff from one day to the next. And the least desirable situation for any of our businesses is when there is total uncertainty about what governmental policy is. Mr. President, the challenges to our consumers and to our businesses are universal. Every consumer in every state, every business in every state faces the threat of these higher expenses that go to consumers in this incredible uncertainty that's inflicted on businesses. But my legislation, the Creating Access to Necessary American-Canadian Duty Adjustments Act, the Canada Act, co-sponsored by Leader Schumer, by my colleague Senator Shaheen, Senator Murkowski of Alaska, Senator Kaine, Senator Collins, Senator Markey, and Senator Wyden, focuses special attention on our small businesses. And the reason for that is, as challenging as this is for every business, it's especially so for small businesses. They do not have the margin to deal with these price swings. They don't have the margin to adjust to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday policy changes. They don't have the margin to be able to absorb a huge hit in their expenses on the basis of whether a shipment that they were awaiting from another country was delivered on Monday or Friday. And that literally is what is happening. Our small businesses are so profoundly important to us in Vermont, and I know that's true in West Virginia. I know it's true in New Hampshire. And we have got to be doing things that help them, and we should not be doing something that really hurts them, and that's these tariffs. The impact to us on Vermont is especially acute in our proximity to Canada. Mr. President, Canada is Vermont's major trading partner, but Vermont is hardly unique. 34 states in our country have as their major trading partner Canada. So we've got to level with the American people, the people we represent. The president is suggesting that these tariffs are nothing but pure revenue for our country. You know what? It is revenue for our country, but it's revenue that is paid for by our consumers and by our businesses. And as Senator Shaheen has so eloquently stated, we have got a serious affordability crisis in this country. People who work hard, who work full-time, cannot afford to pay their bills at the end of the month. Our businesses that are operating with enormous efficiency and who are super concerned about the price consciousness of consumers and are doing everything they can to keep their prices down, but have enough of a profit to keep the lights on and keep people employed. They are overwhelmed by what is happening with these tariffs and how it is inflicting uncertainty and causing them to have layoffs. And you know what? Those small businesses do not have the pricing power that our major businesses have. They can deal with it. They've got market power. And I'm actually on their side because I don't think they should be subject to these horrible tariffs. But what I do have some appreciation for is the fact that the small businesses just don't have that margin, no matter how hard they work, no matter how carefully they plan, no matter how committed their workforce is. If you have this tariff that creates a tsunami of uncertainty and expense, that jeopardizes their ability to hang on. And let me just go through some of the effects on Vermonters that I spoke to. All of us, like Senator Shaheen, visited businesses, talked to real people. And here's what I'm hearing in Vermont. Farmers, they're having to pay already 25% more for fertilizer. By the way, that's not unique to Vermont. That's all over the country. Our dairy farmers, small margin. How do you tell them to pay 25% more? And on August 1st, by the way, it can go up to 35%. Our maple producers, we import a lot of maple syrup from Canada. We produce the most maple syrup in the United States of any state, but we cooperate with them, and it's going to create a distortion of the market and put a lot of pressure on our maple producers. Housing, as Senator Shaheen said, we get lumber from Canada. Housing is incredibly expensive. We all know that. It's true in your state, and it's true in mine. And it's one of the big threats to people having an opportunity to move into the middle class. They can't afford a house. These tariffs are sticking it to our folks in housing. And the National Association of Home Builders is absolutely opposed to these tariffs, and rightly so, because an already expensive house now is going to have a 25 or 35% increase in the cost of lumber. I mean, where is that coming from? How is that fair? How does that make any sense for everyday hardworking people in Vermont and in every state? We're losing jobs from these. Steel and car manufacturers are having layoffs. They're in Michigan, they're in Indiana, they're in Alabama, they're in Minnesota. In my state, Orvis, which is an iconic producer of elegant and exceptional fly rods, has had to lay off workers for the first time in a very, very long time, and it's all totally as a result of these tariffs. You know, small business, I know we all believe this. It's the backbone of our states. And every single one of us on both sides of the aisle, I think, sincerely believes that. But is it really a belief when we give lip service but not action to protect their opportunity to compete? And these tariffs are a killer for them. There's not a small business you can talk to that supports these tariffs and doesn't see it as an existential threat to their well-being. You know, the president on these tariffs, particularly with Canada, we had the United States, Canada, Mexico trade agreement. And that was negotiated by President Trump. And he, in his Trumpian way, bragged about that as the best deal ever. And now he's ripping it up. So what was it? The best deal ever? It actually was working. It gave stability. We had a market from Mexico up through Canada. And now that's getting ripped apart with these arbitrary actions on the part of the administration. So it's all downside here. And you know, there's a lot of press recently about the president getting a deal here and a deal there. And in the short-term news cycle, that's regarded as a victory. But you know what? When you step back and look at what the deals are, it's a deal to raise the cost to folks in West Virginia, is to raise the cost of folks in Vermont, raise the cost for folks in Oregon, raise the cost for folks in New Hampshire. So, you know, I asked the obvious question, how is that a good deal? Maybe it's a good deal politically for the president, but it's a really bad deal for our small businesses and for our consumers. You know, the other part of this, particularly with Canada, huge tourism industry. About 20 million Canadians come to the U.S., about $20 billion. The folks from Canada, we in Vermont, in New Hampshire, feel very close to them. We feel a social, economic, political connection to them. We really value them. And there's been such an insult to them. I mean, aside from the tariff, the talk about the 51st state, the governor of Canada, that is all really uncalled for and very hurtful and very harmful. And Senator Shaheen and Senator Wyden both led delegations to Canada, where I think they were, on behalf of all of us, expressing the appreciation and respect we have for our Canadian neighbors. And we should not be doing something with these tariffs that shows massive disrespect to them. I just want to end with a few quotes from the Vermonters I spoke to. And by the way, these are Republicans, these are Democrats, they're independents. This is not a deal that relates to whose side you're on in the presidential contest. This is folks who are committed to the community they live in, committed to the employees who work for them, and care about a strong economy and a strong social life for us in Vermont. Our treasurer said, small local businesses will be hit very hard. They don't have the ability to find a different supplier and different vendors with the limited flexibility they already have. We had another, a vegetable farmer, small scale. It feels like death by 1,000 cuts. Person in healthcare, adding a tariff will either lead to drug shortages in the short term or long-term significant price increases. So there's a common sense element here that just seems to escape the United States Senate at times. We're actually pretending that this tariff is not a tax. It is a tax. We're pretending that the constant changing and whimsical nature, the arbitrary nature with which the rate is one thing today and a different thing tomorrow, doesn't have a really disastrous impact on folks who have to make real-world decisions about their ability to produce a product, to meet the obligations of a contract they've entered into, to maintain the stability of their workforce and their supply chain. It's all downside with these tariffs, and these are not targeted. You know, it's a separate question to use the tariff when you've got unfair labor or trade practices as we have from China. And I think all of us here are quite open to the proper and limited use of tariff as a tool. But this notion that tariff is a revenue source and pretending that revenue is not being paid for by our businesses and by our consumers is wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And as this policy gets implemented, we're going to lock in these price increases and further aggravate the affordability challenges that everyday hardworking Americans are feeling more acutely than ever. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President. The senator from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank my colleague from New Hampshire, my colleague from Vermont, both giving extraordinarily thoughtful, comments. The reality is, when you talk about these deals, what you're really talking about, the Trump agreements, is essentially giving our country a few lines scratched on a napkin. There is very little there. And I so appreciate my colleagues seeking to free our citizens from crushing new trade taxes, courtesy of Donald Trump's tariffs. He slapped tariffs on things people buy from scores of countries. So he's hit cars and car parts, aluminum, beer, food, and clothing. The list goes on and on. What that means is that Americans are going to pay more to buy the things they need because Trump taxes jack up the price. This month, Donald Trump has been announcing these so-called trade deals with a handful of countries. So as I indicated, these aren't really much. The USMCA, which was something that Donald Trump participated in, was a real trade deal. It was the result of intense negotiations, a transparent process, a bipartisan vote in the Congress. I was honored to be the ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee as we worked together to get this passed. That deal produced real wins for the American people, like Oregon potato growers who were able to ship U.S. potatoes in Mexico for the first time in decades. Donald Trump's latest deals mostly consist of a tariff number, 20% on products from Vietnam, for example, with some sort of fake or vague promise that the rest will be figured out later. Instead of having an enforceable, binding agreement that opens markets to U.S. farmers and manufacturers and small businesses now, as I say, we get a little bit of verbiage put on a napkin or a piece of paper. Not surprisingly, when Trump describes the deals, his story is often enormously different from what these countries say they agreed to. For example, Japan says it will provide up to $550 billion of financing in the United States. That's fine. Donald Trump claims Japan promised to create a $550 billion fund that will be spent at his direction, essentially a personal slush fund. Meanwhile, Vietnam has not even confirmed that it's agreed to the deal that Donald Trump announced. What does our country get in exchange for these higher tariffs that are paid by our people? Significant economic pain. U.S. workers and employers are already getting battered by the trade chaos of Donald Trump. The big three U.S. automakers all announced plunging profits. General Motors lost more than $1 billion due to tariffs. Instead of making U.S. automakers better off, his new tariff scheme is going to make cars and trucks, our cars and trucks, more expensive compared to Japanese competitors. It's going to get worse. Because of Donald Trump's endless flip-flops on tariffs, the real cost of his trade taxes are going to go fully into effect in coming months. Donald Trump can do all this because he basically goes off, does his own thing, and is claiming emergency powers to pursue the tariffs. My colleagues and I are proposing straightforward legislation to clarify the president's emergency powers. We say they've got to be used in emergencies and can't be used to put tariffs on the things Americans buy from other countries. A number of our Republican colleagues have supported Senator Shaheen's proposal in the past. Putting a check on the president's power to land us in trade wars didn't used to be a partisan effort. Senator Welch, Senator Markey, a number of my colleagues and I want to exempt small businesses from having to pay Trump's emergency tariffs. That's because these small businesses are the least able to absorb big new government taxes on the materials they need to buy to make their goods. The bill my colleague Senator Shaheen and I are trying to pass today would rein in some of Donald Trump's worst impulses. The Shaheen legislation would clarify that the laws on the books were never meant, never to be a blank check for the president to abuse tariffs by using them as a punishment against a country, maybe multiple countries, that are hurting his feelings. At the same time, my home state of Oregon is fighting these tariffs in court with arguments that will happen tomorrow. Donald Trump and his billionaire allies aren't going to feel the impact of higher tariffs. So I guess that may be why they don't care about the millions of Americans who do care deeply and can't afford higher costs. Congress and the courts have to make clear that the tariff roller coaster in America has got to be stopped. I thank my colleagues for their leadership on this issue. I yield the floor.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to add my voice to others we've heard already, expressing grave concern about President Trump's misguided, mistaken, harmful tariff regime. Actually, it dignifies what the president's doing on tariffs to call it a regime, which implies that there's a strategy and a conceptual consistency and constancy to it. Actually, it seems to be a flurry of announcements, some contradictory and inconsistent about so-called trade deals. They vary from week to week, even day to day, with different countries or the same country. President Trump calls them big wins, but these so-called victories benefit him alone, not the American people. Let's cut through the bluster and the propaganda. Tariffs are taxes. Tariffs are taxes. The American people are the ones who pay the taxes, not Donald Trump. And almost always not the countries the tariffs are directed against. American families, particularly of lower and middle income brackets, will bear the brunt of these taxes. Whatever the rate, whether it is 15%, as the president's just announced against the European Union, or 20% against other countries, or 30%, these current tariff rates cause the American people to lose. In fact, as a result of these tariffs, the average U.S. household is set to lose $2,400 in annual income. That's not Richard Blumenthal giving you that figure. It's the Yale Budget Lab, the scientists and the economists there who have no axe to grind, Republican or Democrat. They're just doing their work economically. The costs of many consumer goods that Americans rely on are also set to rise. Here are just a few. Clothing prices, 37%. Leather goods will rise by 39%. Food prices will increase 3.4%, with fresh produce specifically rising by 6.9%. Motor vehicles will rise by 12.3%, adding $6,000 to the price of the average new car. With these increases, Trump's tariff plan will burden the lowest earners in our economy more than 3 times the highest earners. Let me repeat that. Lower earners, 3 times the burden compared to higher earners. I have another key area of concern, and it's been baffling to me from the start of all this tariff talk: rising energy costs. Why would the president support a set of tariffs that raises our energy prices? So basic, especially in the highest use times in the year. Summer actually involves a higher use time than winter. My home state of Connecticut already has some of the highest electricity costs in the nation, 39% above the national average, or an extra $1,000 a year. But President's tariffs will exacerbate this situation by driving up the cost of fuel and critical grid equipment, transformers and circuit breakers. The recent projections have shown the tariffs could raise natural gas by 6.1%, oil by 2.3%, electricity prices by 0.7%. Those percentage points are real dollars in real people's pockets, actually dollars that will be taken from real people's pockets as a result of a senseless, reckless collection of taxes paid by American consumers. The costs of those utility increases will be paid by consumers. They will strain households in my state and across the nation. As a ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I have a particular interest in how these tariffs will affect our nation's veterans. The president's reckless and destabilizing tariff regime will place incredible stress on our nation's largest integrated health system, the Department of Veterans Affairs. Yes, it is our largest health care system. It serves 9 million veterans at more than 1,300 facilities across the country. It's one of the essential public institutions. The Government Accountability Office found that in fiscal year 2024, the VA spent $16.6 billion on medical services and an additional $15 billion for drugs and biologics, medical and surgical instruments, and other equipment and supplies. And yet, the administration's tariffs threaten to access the cost increasing for critical medical supplies and medications. Many of them are imported. The VA will pay more for them. The recent deal with the EU levies a 15% tariff on all imports, including medicines, including pharmaceuticals. They represent the EU's largest single category of exports to the United States, and many go to our VA, where veterans ultimately will suffer the consequences of higher costs to the healthcare facilities that serve them. European drug makers have already warned that these tariffs will disrupt supply chains, delay research, and limit access to medicine. Forcing price increases into the VA system undermines the care we owe to all who have served. Tariffs are already eroding job growth and reducing income. They're already felt in the supply chain. American business, especially our essential small businesses and those in the manufacturing sector, are already facing supply chain chaos. These businesses simply cannot easily absorb or offset the increased costs from tariffs on imported materials. I visited a grocery in Connecticut just a week ago, and the owner said to me he was absorbing the increased costs of tariffs, the percentages on tomatoes, on other produce, but he can't do it for weeks on end. Eventually, he will have to pass them on to consumers. He made very clear to me that he's now stuck between two bad choices: either eat the tariff taxes or risk going under, or pass along these costs to consumers. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he wants to restore American manufacturing, but his tariffs are actually making it harder, not easier, to build things in America. The cost to manufacturing here is rising, not declining. If he wants to reshore manufacturing, exactly the wrong way to do it is to disrupt the supply chain and increase the costs of what's necessary to build and make things in America. In short, this tariff disaster is a self-inflicted economic wound that is the product of a mindset placing a priority on vanity and vengeance. Donald Trump's vanity, because he thinks tariffs are the best thing in the world. He said he loves tariffs. And vengeance against countries that don't follow his preferences, like Brazil. Consumers are paying more, workers are losing jobs and salary, veterans are at risk, small businesses are getting squeezed. I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up to these deeply harmful tariffs. It's in the national interest that you do it. In fact, it affects our national security in a deeply harmful way. And I hope we can have bipartisan opposition to this kind of disastrous regime, which doesn't deserve the name regime. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from New York.
Mr. President, just about an hour ago, the President announced a tariff agreement with South Korea. But if passed as prologue, this so-called deal with South Korea is one where U.S. families will pay more, it will increase their costs with a rise in tariffs of 15%. It is one where bold promises are made that billions investments will come our way, but with no substance to back it up. It seems to be just another one of these so-called deals that hurts the American people. Earlier this morning, we got more warning signs that Donald Trump's foolish trade war is taking its toll on the U.S. economy. According to the New York Times, the U.S. economy slowed in the first half of 2025 as tariffs scrambled data. Scrambled is precisely the right word, or you might call it chaos. Because from the moment Donald Trump announced his so-called Liberation Day, his tariffs have ushered a season of pandemonium for markets, small businesses, retailers, and families. Just today, Ford, one of the biggest American car manufacturers, announced these tariffs will end up costing the company $2 billion a year. Big retailers like Walmart or Amazon and others have at one point or another warned of price hikes for everyday goods like clothes, appliances, and toys. The American people are worried about their increased costs of the things they buy, and yet these tariffs even raise those costs higher. This sure doesn't sound like a golden age to me. and nor does the $2,400 that households will pay extra on average under this tariff scheme by the president. Instead, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like a national sales tax on the American people, plain and simple. That's what Donald Trump's tariffs are, a national sales tax on families and small businesses. And on August 1st, if Donald Trump doesn't change course, a whole new slew of tariffs on dozens of countries will come into effect and tax the living daylights out of households and businesses even more. And look, nobody's fooled by Donald Trump's ruse. My Republican colleagues, in their private moments, know that Donald Trump is a BS artist when it comes to tariffs. His pattern is always the same. He makes wild promises, he talks a big game, but he never seems to follow through. He lies about what he says, he blames others. Just look at the so-called deal with Japan. Donald Trump hailed it for supposedly delivering $550 billion in investments. But almost immediately, the Japanese government said the real investments would be less than 2% of that figure. What nerve for Donald Trump to mislead the American people on these tariffs? But he does it over and over again. What about his supposed deal with the European Union? Again, Donald Trump howled from the mountaintops, saying Europe would buy $750 billion in American energy and would make $600 billion in new investments in the U.S. But immediately, typically, after the announcement was made, it was painfully obvious that those numbers were essentially made up. The EU stated publicly that the agreement was non-binding and they had no real plan to back it up. And tonight, the South Korea deal doesn't sound much different. A big increase, a sales tax on the American people, 15%'s a lot. And bold promises of investments that are made that never materialize, that almost vanish the day after they're announced. The only parts of these deals that are real are the real costs Americans will pay out of their pockets. Grocery prices will go up. Everyday good prices will go up. But savings, earnings, and prosperity in this country for American families will go down. Meanwhile, is Donald Trump being tough on China like he wants people to think? Of course not. On the contrary, he's giving the Chinese government greater access to U.S. semiconductors that are vital for our national security. Where it counts the absolute most, which is getting tough on China, Donald Trump's acting like a pushover. By sending them these sophisticated chips, they're going to allow China to catch up to us in things like AI and many other new technological advances. When a few years back, we worked hard to see that these vital chips were not sent to China, but in one fell swoop, without any real explanation as to the damage it will do, Donald Trump reversed it. Democrats have been fighting back against these catastrophes from the start. I am disappointed. Just a few minutes ago, our Republican colleagues chose fealty to Trump over relief to the American people by blocking Senator Shaheen's bill and also Senator Welch's bill that would have halted many of Donald Trump's tariffs and would have protected so many American small businesses. The right answer here was so glaringly obvious, but Republicans elected to worship at Donald Trump's altar yet again, even though they know these tariffs are terrible for people back home. Republicans are going to have to explain to the people back home why they are so okay with increasing their costs and abandoning them to Donald Trump's endless tariff chaos. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I just want to follow on what the Minority Leader and Senator Blumenthal are saying about this chaotic tariff regime, which the Trump administration, which Donald Trump himself is imposing upon country after country around the world. And I just want to begin just by saying, tariff is just a fancy word for a tax. You know, it's just a polysyllabic way of saying what a monosyllabic word means to every single American. It's a tax that is being imposed by Donald Trump on all of these products that come in from around the world. Now, on April 2nd, Donald Trump declared a national emergency over trade imbalances, slapping a one-size-fits-all 10% tariff tax, a 10% tax on the entire world, with added taxes for over 60 countries, some as high as 50%. Trump called April 2nd Liberation Day, but it wasn't. It was Obliteration Day because this tax on all of these goods that would come into America would have a dramatic impact on raising the prices for American consumers. And Trump used a faulty formula, actually, to establish this tax rate that made no economic sense, whacked our allies, placed taxes, tariffs on an island with no people, just penguins. But he imposed a tariff on it. They don't have any people there. They have no products, but they imposed a tax on it. That's how crazy, that's how poorly thought out Trump's tariffs were. And Trump's country-specific taxes, tariffs, lasted just 1 week until Trump paused them, promising 90 deals in 90 days. Well, here we are on day 112. And how many actually legally binding, enforceable trade deals does the United States have, does Donald Trump have? Zero. He's right now at 0 trade deals that are right now legally enforceable. What we have instead are press events announcing frameworks, contours, and concepts for trade deals, but all are fragile and subject to Donald Trump's latest whim. Trump announced an agreement with China 3 months ago, but yesterday threatened to reimpose 145% tariffs, a 145% tax on China and all the goods coming in from China if a deal isn't finalized by August 12th. So he announces his big victory 3 months ago, and he still doesn't have it on paper, and he's threatening to go up to 145% tax on all goods if there isn't a final deal on paper by August 12th. And that chaos by Trump and Republicans have left small businesses in our country twisting in the wind because our American companies are importing goods from all across the world. And under this current tax regime, mid-sized businesses, those with 50 to 500 employees, they're expected to cough up more than $80 billion in taxes. Let me say that again. There's going to be an $80 billion tax that American small businesses with 50 to 100, 500 employees rather, are expected to pay this year, according to J.P. Morgan. And those are just the direct costs. Let's talk about the indirect costs. Trump's tax chaos and threats have caused the Federal Reserve to delay interest rate cuts. Today, once again, Jerome Powell, the Fed, stood pat on rates, citing elevated uncertainty from Trump's tariff threats, because it's very uncertain, the political environment, the economic environment that America is going to be living through over the next several months. And higher rates mean higher borrowing costs for anyone trying to buy a home, buy a car, start a business, pay off credit card debt. And at his press conference today, Fed Chair Powell said increased tariffs are pushing up prices. That's inflationary in our country. Inflation is running hotter than expected this year, at nearly 3% instead of 2.2%. And that's the concern which Powell has, which the Fed has, about the impact which these tariffs, these taxes are going to have upon the prices for goods sold everywhere in our country that are imported. And Powell warned that things could get worse on inflation. Tariffs haven't fully shown up in consumer prices, but those costs are beginning to be passed on to consumers all across the country, and that is a great concern which the Fed has. Trump may be angry that the Fed is keeping rates steady, but at his own policies, his own chaos is to blame. It's just a highly uncertain cloud which is hanging over the economy in our country because of Trump's tax policy on goods coming into the country. There's a hidden cost to this uncertainty. Trump's chaos, his ever-changing deadlines, leave businesses unable to plan. And small businesses, and that's 97% of all businesses in our country, they told me that they have an inability to plan, and that can be worse than the tariffs themselves, these sales taxes that Trump is imposing upon these goods. Small toy companies, mom and pop game stores in my state and across the country are begging for certainty now so they can place orders for the holiday season. These companies need to know what their shipments will cost them, and they don't know. Even today, Trump said he's going to impose a 50% tariff on Brazil, a 25% tariff on India. Well, how can small businesses plan for what the cost of those goods are going to be if they try to put them on their shelves this coming fall into the winter? Many companies are simply not placing orders because they don't know what Trump's tariffs will be in just a few weeks. Trump thinks tariffs on toys will just mean Americans buy fewer dolls. That's what the President of the United States said. Well, that's just not how it's going to work. A small independent toy and game store won't just sell fewer dolls, they're going to go out of business. A constituent small business in the toy industry in Massachusetts told me that that industry shows in June and July that it's been painting a bleak picture for this holiday season. These shows were poorly attended with significantly fewer orders than expected, and this business is expecting rising prices, reduced new product innovation, and diminished consumer buying. In other words, Trump's tariff sales tax on toys will be the Grinch that stole Christmas this year from small businesses all across our country. And to give small businesses relief and certainty, I came to the Senate floor 70 days ago to offer my Small Business Liberation Act. I did it with Senator Klobuchar, with Senator Schumer. And the bill would have provided small businesses relief from Trump's disastrous, destructive, small business killing tariffs that have been turning Main Street into Pain Street for the last 4 months in this year. The bill would have provided certainty to the constant whiplash and chaos that is President Trump's tariff policies by exempting small businesses from the baseline 10% tariffs and the country-specific tariffs that have been on pause since April 9th. Trump should exempt small businesses from his tariff games so they aren't collateral damage in Trump's trade war. In the Civil War, at the height of the Civil War, there was a saying that it was a rich man's war and a poor man's fight. Because if a rich man put up money, he could buy his way out of the war. So all that were left were poor men to fight the Civil War. And that was North and South. The plantation owners in the South, the big manufacturers and textile industry in the North, they just bought their way out of the war. Well, in 2025, this is a big business war, but it's small businesses on Main Street who are paying the price. Those least able to defend themselves are the casualties in Trump's tariff war. And it's not just small businesses being put in harm's way. Studies have found that the burden of tariffs fall most heavily on working families, single parents, and women. According to the Yale Budget Lab, Trump's tariffs will cost the bottom 10% of households $1,300 this year. That's money they don't have in their pockets. So to my Republican colleagues, if you say you're for small business, prove it. If you say you support Main Street, protect it. Join me in passing the Small Business Liberation Act. Let's give small businesses the certainty which they deserve, and let's stop letting Trump turn trade policy into a demolition derby for small businesses on Main Street all across this country. That's what the Fed is warning. That is what small businesses are feeling. We just need to protect small businesses, and Donald Trump right now is absolutely creating a wrecking ball for those small businesses in our nation. Mr. President, with that, I yield back.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Massachusetts for his advocacy for small businesses. I hadn't heard that, turning Main Street into Pain Street, but as usual, he's able to take a whole complex concept and put it into one sentence that people will probably remember more than my entire speech right now, but let me continue. So I rise today just hours before yet another self-imposed tariff deadline set by the president. He threatened our allies and trading partners with an August 1st deadline to make deals or see a dramatic increase in reciprocal tariffs. And while a few of these agreements have been announced, the result for the American people has been chaos, costs, and corruption, all up. Let's start with the chaos. The president promised 90 deals in 90 days. Instead, we've gotten more than 100 tariff changes. This way, that way, up and down, and barely a handful of vague trade frameworks, most of them announced without any details. Only one of the 6 agreements the president has announced this month has actually been signed, but even these newly announced frameworks are very thin on details and still amount to a historically high 15% across-the-board tariff on American consumers and businesses, the highest effective tariff rate in modern U.S. history. There is no way that that's a smart way to treat friends and allies, and it's certainly no way to run trade policy and strengthen our economy. Manufacturers and farmers in my state and across the country are being asked to make business decisions when the rules have been changing by the week or the day. I've spoken with small business owners who are holding back investments because they don't know what tariffs they'll be paying next month or even next week. And it isn't just chaos, it's also corruption. The administration slapped a 50% tariff on the country of Brazil, even when we have a trade surplus with them. Remember at the beginning when he was talking about, well, some countries, if we have these big deficits, it's different than the surpluses. Why would you slap a 50% tariff on a country that we have a trade surplus with? Why? Because the president didn't like the political headlines coming out of the country. That's not a trade strategy. That's weaponizing economic policy. Meanwhile, American families are paying the price. When the administration boasts about collecting over $100 billion in tariffs this year, that's $100 billion in new taxes. It's not China paying for Trump's tariff taxes. It's the people of our country. Trump's tariff taxes are the largest tax increase on the American middle class in over half a century. The president's new tariff taxes are already raising costs for American families by $2,400 a year, $300 of that in food costs alone. And according to one estimate, fresh produce could rise nearly 7% under the new tariffs that are set to take effect Friday. It's American manufacturers who are absorbing the cost when they have parts that are coming from other countries. It's American exporters like farmers who are losing markets. The markets will dry up, and it's American consumers who are feeling it at the checkout aisle. That might not mean much to the wealthy who just got those giant tax breaks, but it means a lot to seniors who are already struggling with higher grocery and prescription drug costs. It means a lot to people struggling with high costs. And I just read about how the Treasury Secretary is now talking blatantly about privatizing Social Security. In Minnesota, the Small Business Person of the Year, Busy Baby owner Beth Beneke, fears her business can't survive under these policies. I've heard from Mark, the CEO of a flower company in our state, who told me his business is being undercut by foreign competition that's exempt from the very tariffs that his company is forced to pay. And I've heard from Minnesota soybean farmers concerned about losing markets that they have spent generations developing. In my state, we export over $7 billion in goods to Canada every year. Canada is not just our top trading partner, it's our trusted ally. Yet under Trump's policy, we're slapping tariffs on them too. Border crossings are down, tourism is down, and it's taking a toll on our economy. That's why Senator Kaine and I got a vote on his resolution that I was proud to be the lead co-sponsor on, to say, unleash us from this. Congress, take back its power over tariffs and the power of the purse. And yes, we actually passed that bill. And it's sitting over there waiting in the House as prices go up, as chaos goes up, as corruption goes up. You know, these are real people, real businesses, real farmers, and they're trying to survive in the uncertainty while the president treats our economy like a game show. Let's be clear, I support strong trade enforcement. I backed targeted tariffs to combat unfair dumping of steel and market manipulation, especially by China. I actually went over and met with the trade enforcers in the Commerce Department a few years back and thanked them for their work and spent hours with them. But this isn't a targeted approach. What President Trump is doing is a blanket approach that punishes our allies and our own workers more than our adversaries. He's using emergency powers to bypass Congress, and they're just letting it happen, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and enacting sweeping trade taxes with little regard for the economic consequences. That's not leadership, that's abuse of authority. That's why, as I noted, I co-led the Bipartisan Trade Review Act with Senator Kaine and Senator Warner. When the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO agree like they did on that bill, you know we're doing something right. So I'll keep working to restore common sense and responsible governance to our trade policy on behalf of American families, businesses, and farmers. I supported the USMCA, which was a Trump trade agreement, which the president was so proud of at the time. And I would ask, why not negotiate these issues, dairy, some of the issues I know we have? Why not negotiate that within the framework of that agreement? Because it's up for review. Instead, we have this chaos. Right now, more than half of our major trading partners, accounting for 56% of U.S. imports, still don't have finalized deals. We've got 24 hours to go. The clock is ticking. But here's what we do know. This is not how you grow American manufacturing. This is not how you give farmers certainty that they can export to markets. And this is certainly not how you lower costs for the middle class. Minnesotans have had enough of these tariff taxes. They want solutions, not showmanship. They want a trade policy that works for farmers and workers and their families. And they want leaders who tell the truth about what these tariffs are. They are a tax on the people of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon, please.
Mr. President, nobody in our country should be above the law. Not a politician, not a celebrity, not a billionaire, no one. The principle of equal justice under the law is so powerful that if you walk outside these doors and you look across to the Supreme Court, you will see them carved into the facade above the pillars. Equal justice under law. No matter how powerful someone is, if they commit a crime, then they need to be prosecuted. And the American people have a right to know if information is being held related to the conduct of crime. So, in regard to the Epstein files, there's only one right answer: complete and total disclosure of everything, all the details, while protecting the names of the victims. Whatever a person's political party shouldn't matter. Level of power shouldn't matter. Their net worth shouldn't matter. Equal justice under law is the vision of our nation. And if an individual is a pedophile, if an individual has raped a young girl, then they need to be held accountable. Let the chips fall where they may. Jeffrey Epstein was a monster. He groomed and abused, raped, and coordinated the rape by others of underage girls. He trafficked these girls to rich and powerful men. And as I speak here tonight, the Department of Justice has files detailing a tremendous amount of information about his operation. And in those files, we have heard from Pam Bondi, and she informed the president that the president's name is among them. Well, that doesn't mean that he was somebody who participated in a crime. He could be listed as an associate. He could be listed as a friend. He could be listed as somebody who attended a gathering. We don't know. In fact, we don't know about any of the names that are in those files, what they did. But that is the point. Names of powerful people who associated with an individual, Jeffrey Epstein, who was running an international sex trafficking ring. All of that information must be disclosed. Full disclosure is the only option. Every detail should be brought to light, and anyone who committed egregious crimes should be held accountable no matter who they are. My colleague from Oregon, Senator Ron Wyden, and the Senate Finance Committee have been investigating Mr. Epstein's financial network for years. They've been seeking disclosure. I have a letter that Senator Wyden wrote. It reveals that more than 4,700 suspicious wire transfers, adding up to more than $1 billion from just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts, and hundreds of millions of dollars in other bank accounts. What would that information show us about who they went to? What questions would it lead us to ask? And what questions would that information answer? The American public has every right to know the questions that Senator Wyden and the Finance Committee are asking. And let me be clear, that work was bipartisan work. Democrats and Republicans together calling for disclosure and accountability. In this letter, Senator Wyden notes, and I quote, Epstein clearly had access to enormous financing to operate his sex trafficking network, and the details on how he got the cash to pay for it are sitting in a Treasury Department filing cabinet. For years, so many people across America in both parties have been demanding the release of the Epstein files. But we heard a lot from a few folks who are in the administration now. December 15, 2023, Kash Patel said that Mr. Epstein's, quote, black book, quote, was, quote, under the direct control of the FBI. Well, Mr. Patel is now the director of the FBI. On October 22nd, 2024, he wasn't vice president yet, but now he's vice president, J.D. Vance, said in a podcast, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That's an important thing. On February 25th, 2025, Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was in office, said, Mr. Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review. But suddenly we're hearing a different tune from people in the administration. We're hearing, there's nothing to see here, they're saying. Go look somewhere else, they're saying. This is not important, they're saying. But not everyone agrees with that. Let's take the Speaker of the House. July 15th, House Speaker Mike Johnson told CNN, quote, "We should put everything out there and let the people decide." On July 16th, Senate Majority Leader John Thune told Fox News, quote, "I'm always a believer in transparency. I think more is better." Well, I agree with the Speaker, Mike Johnson. I agree with the Majority Leader, John Thune. I agree that the right principle about this information is to put everything out there. Let us not forget that as the Senate Finance Committee is pursuing those information about the file transfers and what they show, that ultimately it's not about money itself, but about what money tells us and the case it builds for who did what. Because what really matters here is this: the victimization of young girls. That's what this is about. The abuse of young girls. The rape of young girls. That's what this is about. That's what transparency is about. So whether the information in the Department of Justice files are about flight and travel records, names of people who were involved in various ways, names of businesses or nonprofits, other organizations, about meetings held or communications made, whether it was by email, whether it was by text, whether it was by phone call, any immunity deals, any non-prosecution agreements, any plea bargains, any settlements, whatever it is, the American people demand transparency. Just as the Speaker of the House demanded transparency, just as the Majority Leader of the Senate has demanded transparency. This bill requires, and I quote, "No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of any of the following: embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live." But what the law also says, the bill also says, is the information released must protect the victims and the underage witnesses. Protect those who were victims or who were underage witnesses to crimes. So information can be redacted about those victims and underage witnesses, personally identifiable information, depictions of abuse, or information that would jeopardize a federal investigation or national security. Colleagues, the question before us is simple. Will this body follow the lead of the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader of the Senate and call for full transparency? The administration has said law doesn't allow us to do it. So I'm proposing a law that gives them the power to do what they have said they'd like to do: transparency. Will we instead object to this law to protect perpetrators of crimes against girls? That's the question tonight. Will we protect our children? Or will the information be withheld? Will we fail to demand it, fail to adopt this law to ensure that it's delivered in order to protect the powerful? That's the choice. Protect the victims, be on their side, pursue justice, or protect the powerful. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2557, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Objection.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. For years, Democrats have ignored this issue. Now, they can't stop talking about it. Maybe it's because Democrats are trying to distract from their extreme, unprecedented obstruction here in the United States Senate. As of this morning, there were 147 qualified nominees awaiting confirmation by the United States Senate. Many were approved by committee with Democrat support. These aren't controversial nominees or individuals. They're patriotic Americans patiently awaiting for their opportunity to serve their country. Some have quit their jobs. Others have sold their assets. But this Democrat-Trump derangement syndrome is holding them back. So far this year, Democrats have allowed exactly zero nominees to be confirmed by voice vote. This is a drastic departure from the norms and traditions of the United States Senate. It's very different from how Republicans treated Democrat nominees when we were in the minority in 2021. Or maybe, Mr. President, it's because Democrats don't want to talk about their dreadful poll numbers, the lowest in 35 years. It is front-page news. Senate Republicans included a provision that addresses this very issue in the appropriations bill that Democrats are currently holding up. They're stopping the progress on the bill that addresses this. Either way you cut it, Mr. President, this exercise is a Democrat distraction, and therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection heard. The
Mr.
Senator
President.
from Oregon has the floor.
Mr. President, I ask my colleague to yield to a question. He has chosen not to, and that is his right. But the question I would ask this: if the Speaker of the House is demanding transparency, if the Majority Leader of the Senate is demanding transparency, if the American people are demanding transparency, if my colleagues who have said time and time again, just months ago, there should be transparency, then why does my colleague come here and object to transparency? What is that they know that they don't want the American people to know? To withhold this information is an assault on justice, and it is absolutely wrong, and we must continue to demand that the rich and powerful are not shielded from the full force of justice if they have perpetrated crimes against underage children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it feels like every single day the Trump administration finds new ways to defy the rule of law. They will tear families apart, decimate local businesses, and deceive the public in order to distract from their own failures and scandals. And nowhere has this been clearer than in their cruelty towards immigrants. Now, as I've said time and again, this administration is not really just focused on cracking down on dangerous, violent criminals. We hear that from them all the time, but in practice, it's far from that. If it was just deportation operations focused on dangerous, violent criminals, there would be no discussion, there would be no debate, there would be no disagreement. But that's not what this administration is doing. They are going after all immigrants. the vast majority of those that have been arrested and detained, and many of those deported, many without due process before being deported, are not convicted criminals. Don't just take my word for it. These are statistics and data coming out of ICE themselves, the Department of Homeland Security. But through their indiscriminate raids, this administration is arresting not just undocumented immigrants, but lawful permanent residents as well. There are United States citizens that have been arrested and detained, even veterans. Think about that. Individuals who have served our country, prepared to pay the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our nation and our democracy, now being rounded up indiscriminately. And if you think I'm exaggerating with this concern, let the comments coming out of the Department of Homeland Security just yesterday leave no doubt. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson declared for the first time, now I want to make sure I get this right, so I'm going to quote, illegal aliens who claim to be recipients of DACA are not automatically protected from deportations, end quote. She went on to say that DACA recipients should now self-deport from the United States. Think about what that means. The Trump administration is saying that these young adults who were brought to the United States as children and who have lived here, who have studied here, and who have worked here legally. Let me emphasize that. Worked here, studied here, lived here legally since the year 2012, thanks to the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. This administration is saying now that they have no right to be here, that they could be deported or maybe should be deported at a moment's notice, or worse, that they should choose to leave their families and their communities for countries that they've never known. Mr. President, the whole point of DACA is protection from deportation, because these are not criminals or some danger to society. These are young people who have lived in the United States for as long as they can remember. These are young adults who, as kids, were on your Little League team or in your Girl Scout troop. For God's sake, they're part of our communities. And they're young adults who have now grown up to be lawyers, to be doctors, to be teachers, and who have more love for everything that this country stands for than anyone threatening them in Trump's Department of Homeland Security. But this week, the Trump administration is now telling them that they should be arrested and thrown out of the only home they've ever known in an attempt to satisfy Donald Trump's quest for political points or an arbitrary quota. So to the Trump administration, let me say this. You cannot claim to love our country at the same time you're trying to destroy our future. Already this administration has worked to cut health care for millions of Americans, including DACA recipients. They're cutting education benefits and opportunities for DACA recipients, but now they're threatening to arrest DACA participants as well. It's exactly what's been happening in my hometown of Los Angeles last month when masked immigration officials, unidentified and masked immigration officials carrying weapons raided a car wash in Temple City. It was there that they confronted and arrested Javier Diaz-Santana. Let me tell you about Javier, and I really, really hope you're listening, not just with your ears, but with your hearts. Javier Santana is 32 years old. He's a DACA recipient. He's deaf. And he's been working at a car wash 6 days a week for the last 5 years. Immigration officials confiscated his identification. They confiscated his cell phone. They proceeded to handcuff him, put his hands behind his back in handcuffs, leaving him no way of communicating. You need to be able to use your hands to communicate with sign language. They deprived him of his ability to communicate. This young man is a DACA recipient who has been in the United States since he was 5 years old. He has no criminal record. His immigration removal case has been closed, and he was issued a work permit by USCIS. He is a son. He is a brother. He is a friend. Colleagues, he is a human being. Just one of many cases. So don't tell me the Trump administration is following the law when we hear cases like this. And don't tell me that the administration is only targeting dangerous, violent criminals, because the data proves otherwise. As Jose's family was scrambling to find details about where he was, where he had been taken, DHS quickly whisked Javier out of Los Angeles all the way to El Paso, Texas. His family feared that he could be deported, or he had been deported, not only to a country he doesn't know, but to a country whose language he doesn't speak. But for as tragic and as heartbreaking as Javier's story is, he's not alone. There have been more and more stories of DACA recipients being arrested and detained. And the fear is just growing across communities. One thing is certain: this mass detention and deportation operation will go down in our history as a stain, a dark chapter in our nation's history, an outrageous moral failure intentionally caused by this administration. Because for all the tough talk, this is not just politics as usual. In fact, when the DREAM Act was first introduced over 20 years ago, it was bipartisan, and it enjoyed bipartisan support for most of the last 20 years. And even today, polling shows an overwhelming majority of the American public supports DACA recipients. Yes, both Republicans and Democrats across the country. Now, Democrats and Republicans in Congress have supported the DREAM Act for most of the last 20 years. And I think in our private conversations, I sense that bipartisan support is still there. And I can't wait for it to resurface. Let the public statements on both sides of the aisle, the political will on both sides of the aisle, reflect what we are saying behind closed doors. Because the only thing that we're seeing publicly is the Trump administration going out of their way to enact a policy of cruelty. But it's exactly what we've come to expect 6 months into this administration, using immigrants as scapegoats for the administration's failures. The administration creating a spectacle in their attempt to distract and deflect. But make no mistake, Americans will not soon forget what this administration is doing to their neighbors, to their coworkers, to to their friends. Now, this story doesn't end the way you think it might, because we will continue fighting not just to stop these outrageous arrests, but we will not rest until we enact real and permanent protections for DACA recipients who contribute so much to our country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 2776 and in accordance with the provisions of Section 601b3 of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act of 1976, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations of further consideration of S.J. Res. 41 and S.J. Res. 34.
The motions are pending.
Mr. President, let me begin by stating what the debate we're going to have this evening is about and what it is not about. It is not about whether anyone in this Senate disagrees that Hamas is a terrorist organization which began this war with a brutal terrorist attack on October 7th, 2023, that killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took 250 hostages. Everyone agrees with that. The International Criminal Court was right to indict the leaders of Hamas as war criminals for those atrocities. And I think most of us agree with that. There is also, I believe, no disagreement as to whether or not Israel, like any other country similarly attacked, had a right to defend itself. Clearly, it did. And in a certain sense, Mr. President, this debate is not really about Israel. It is about the United States of America and whether we will abide by U.S. and international law, or whether we will continue to contribute billions of dollars to an extremist government in Israel, which has caused an unprecedented humanitarian disaster in Gaza. This debate is whether or not the United States of America will have any moral credibility on the international scene, whether or not we will be able with a straight face to condemn other countries who commit barbaric acts if we don't stand up tonight. That is what we are debating. Mr. President, the vast majority of the American people and the world community understand that the Netanyahu government in Israel has gone well beyond defending itself from Hamas. Over the last 21 months, it has waged an all-out, illegal, immoral, and horrific war of annihilation against the Palestinian people. This war has already killed some 60,000 Palestinians and wounded more than 143,000, most of whom are women, children, and the elderly. In a population of just over 2 million people, that's all that there are in Gaza, more than 200,000 have been killed or wounded since this war began. That, Mr. President, is 10% of the population of Gaza. 10% of the population of Gaza in the last 21 months has either been killed or wounded. Mr. President, to put that into scale so that we as Americans can understand the enormity of what is happening there, if that kind of destruction happened here in the United States, if 10% of our population were killed or wounded in a war, it would mean that 34 million of us would have been killed or wounded. The toll on Gaza's children is unspeakable, and it is literally hard to imagine. The United Nations reports that more than 18,000 children have been killed since this war began. Just this morning, the Washington Post published a list of all of these children's names. And Mr. President, I asked that these names be entered into the congressional record. And here is...
Without objection.
Mr. President, here is the list. These are the names of children published in the Washington Post today that have been killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. And I should mention that more than 12,000 of these children were under the age of 12, and more than 3,000 children in Gaza have had one or more limbs amputated. That is how this war has impacted the children in Gaza. But it is not just the horrific loss of life that is taking place there. New satellite imagery shows that Israel's indiscriminate bombardment has destroyed 70% of all structures in Gaza. 70% of all buildings in Gaza have been destroyed. The UN estimates that 92% of housing units have been damaged or destroyed. Most of the population is now living in tents or other makeshift structures. And let us not forget, over the last 21 months, these people, most of whom are poor, have been displaced time and time again, told to go here, told to go there, told to go there, moved around, and often with no possessions other than the clothing on their backs. Mr. President, the healthcare system in Gaza has been destroyed. Most of the territory's hospitals and primary healthcare facilities have been bombed. More than 1,500 healthcare workers have been killed, as well as 336 UN staff. Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been totally devastated, including almost 90% of water and sanitation facilities. Raw sewage now runs all over Gaza. Most of the roads have been destroyed. Gaza's educational system has been obliterated. Hundreds of schools have been bombed, and every single one of Gaza's 12 universities has also been bombed. And I should mention there has been no electricity in Gaza for 21 months. Mr. President, all of this is a horror unto itself. But in recent months, the Netanyahu government's extermination of Gaza has made an unspeakable and horrible situation even worse. From March 2nd to May 19th, Israel did not allow a single shipment of humanitarian aid to come into Gaza. No food, no water, no fuel, and no medical supplies for a distressed population of 2 million people over a period of 11 weeks. Since then, Israel has allowed a trickle of aid to get into Gaza, but nowhere near enough to meet the enormous needs of a population besieged for so long. Mr. President, when you cut off all food to a population, what happens is not surprising. People starve to death. And that is exactly what Israeli policy has deliberately done. It is causing mass starvation and famine. Children and other vulnerable people are dying in increasing numbers. In the last 2 weeks, dozens of young children have died from starvation. Starving mothers cannot breastfeed their infants, and no formula is available, and certainly no clean water to make it in any case. Hospitals have run out of nutritional treatments, and doctors and nurses who are already treating the desperate, they themselves are going hungry and are fainting from hunger. The World Food Program says that the food crisis has reached, quote, new and astonishing levels of desperation, with a third of the population not eating for multiple days in a row, end quote. Just yesterday, the gold standard UN-backed food monitoring group, the IPC, issued a new report saying, and I quote, "The worst-case scenario of famine is currently playing out in the Gaza Strip," end quote. When mass death from starvation begins, it is difficult to reverse. Aid groups say it will soon be too late to stop a wave of preventable deaths in Gaza, all of which is the direct result of the Israeli government's policies. Mr. President, what I'm going to describe now is gruesome, but I think it is important for us to understand what is happening to the children in Gaza. Mark Browner, an American doctor who spent 2 weeks in Gaza in June, described the situation. This is an American doctor who was in Gaza, quote, "A lot of the children have already passed the point of no return, where their physiology has eroded to the point where even refeeding could potentially cause death itself. The gut lining has started to auto-digest, and it will no longer have adequate absorptive capacity for water or for nutrition. Death is unfortunately imminent for probably thousands of children," end of quote. That's an American physician who was in Gaza in June. Mr. President, what the extremist Netanyahu government is doing now is not an effort to win a war. There is no military purpose in starving thousands and thousands of children. Let us be clear. This is not an effort to win a war. This is an effort to destroy a people. Having already killed or wounded more than 200,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, the extremist Israeli government is using mass starvation to engineer the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. They are trying to drive a desperate people out of their homeland to God knows where. This is not my speculation. This is what Israeli ministers and officials are saying themselves. A few months ago, the finance minister vowed that, quote, Gaza will be entirely destroyed, end quote. Just last week, another current Israeli minister said, quote, all Gaza will be Jewish. The government is pushing for Gaza being wiped out. Thank God we are wiping out this evil, end quote. Another Likud member of the Knesset and former minister called for, quote, erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth, end quote. And in the West Bank, not Gaza, in the West Bank, we see this agenda being carried out clearly and methodically, with more than 500,000 Israeli settlers now illegally occupying land integral to any future Palestinian state. Earlier this month, the Knesset even approved a non-binding motion in favor of formally annexing the West Bank. This slow-moving annexation is backed by violence. Israeli security forces and settler extremists have killed thousands of Palestinians in recent years. Israeli settlers brutally beat a young American to death earlier this month. Just this month, an American citizen was beaten to death. The 7th American killed in the West Bank since 2022. Despite a demand from President Trump's ambassador to Israel, this is Trump's ambassador, Mike Huckabee, no one has yet been held accountable for these deaths. Mr. President, people around the world, all over the world, are outraged by what is going on in Gaza right now, and countries are increasingly demanding that Netanyahu's government stop what they are doing. France and Canada have said that they will recognize a Palestinian state. The United Kingdom has said it will do so as well if Israel does not immediately end this war and surge humanitarian aid. And at the UN last month, 149 countries voted for a ceasefire resolution condemning the use of starvation as a weapon of war and demanding an end to Israel's blockade on humanitarian aid. But it is not just the international community. Just yesterday, Gallup, one of the best polling organizations in our country, released a new poll that shows that just 32% of Americans support Israel's military action in Gaza, while 60% oppose it. 32% support it, 60% oppose it. To my Democratic colleagues here in the Senate, I would point out that only 8% of Democrats support this war, and I would also point out that just 25% of independents. And to my Republican colleagues, I would point out that more and more Republicans are beginning to speak out against the atrocities of this war and the fact that billions and billions of taxpayer dollars are going to a government in Israel waging an illegal war. Further, Mr. President, recent Economist YouGov poll shows that just 15% of the American people support increasing military aid to Israel, while 35% support decreasing military aid to Israel or stopping it entirely. Just 8% of Democrats support increasing military aid to Israel. Mr. President, the American people are haunted by the images coming out of Gaza, and these are some of those images. These are desperate children with pots in their hands, crying, begging for food in order to stay alive. And that's what the American people are seeing every night on TV, on the internet, in their newspapers. These are emaciated children, their bodies in some cases barely more than skeletons. The American people are seeing miles and miles of rubble where cities and towns once stood. They're seeing innocent people being shot down while they wait online to get food while they are starving. Over 1,000 people have been killed waiting online to get food because they are starving. Mr. President, despite these war crimes carried out daily and in plain view, the United States has provided more than $22 billion for Israel's military operations since this war began. $22 billion. One estimate based on Brown University research calculates that the United States has paid for 70% of the Gaza war. In other words, American taxpayer dollars are being used to starve children, bomb schools, kill civilians, and support the cruelty of Netanyahu and his criminal ministers. And that, Mr. President, is why I have brought these two resolutions of disapproval to block offensive arms sales to Israel. SJ Res 34 would prohibit the U.S. taxpayer-financed $675 million sale of thousands of 1,000-pound bombs and many thousands of JDAM guidance kits. And SJ Res 41 would prohibit the sale of tens of thousands of fully automatic rifles, assault rifles. These arms sales clearly violate the Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act, which prohibit selling arms to countries that violate international law by killing civilians and blocking humanitarian aid. And very few people doubt that that is exactly what Israel is doing. If you want to obey the law, vote for these resolutions. The rifles in question will go to arm a police force overseen by far-right extremist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who has long advocated for the forcible expulsion of Palestinians from the region, who was convicted of support for terrorism by an Israeli court, and who has distributed weapons to violent settlers in the West Bank. Ben-Gvir has formed new police units comprised of extremist settlers and has boasted about how many weapons he has distributed to vigilante settlers in the West Bank. And you want to give him more rifles? That's what one of these resolutions is about. These are rifles the Biden administration held back over fears they would be used by extremist Israeli settlers in the West Bank to terrorize Palestinians and push them from their homes and villages. Mr. President, U.S. taxpayers have spent many, many billions of dollars in support of the racist, extremist Netanyahu government. Enough is enough. Americans want this to end. They do not want to be complicit in an unfolding famine and daily civilian massacres. And we here in Congress tonight have the power to act. No more talks, no more great speeches, but tonight we have the power to act. The power to force Netanyahu and his extremist government to end this slaughter. The time is long overdue for Congress to use the leverage we have, tens of billions in arms and military aid, to demand that Israel end these atrocities. At a time when Israeli soldiers are shooting civilians trying to get food aid on a near daily basis, when extremist settlers are pushing Palestinians from their homes in the West Bank, and when Gaza is witnessing mass starvation as a result of Israeli government policy, the United States should not and must not be providing more weapons to enable these atrocities. Mr. President, whatever happens tonight, history will condemn those of us who fail to act in the face of these horrors. And I would yield the floor. Senator Welch from Vermont.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Mr. President.
Vermont is recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, thank you. The starvation, the mass starvation in Gaza must end. The forced displacement of 2 million Palestinians in Gaza must end. Mr. President, we all condemn Hamas. We support a Jewish independent democratic state. We want a ceasefire and we want the hostages home. But a colleague in the other body stated what needs to be said. It's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned. But so is the humanitarian crisis and starvation happening in Gaza. And that is happening with U.S. complicity. And it is time for us to stop complying. Let's face it. Let's face the facts and not ignore them. The starvation that we're seeing today, it's not unforeseen. It's not the unintended, unfortunate consequence of war. The starvation we're witnessing today is the self-conscious result of a military policy to concentrate the Palestinian population into an ever smaller slice of land. The starvation that we're witnessing today, it's an advanced and accelerating stage of a military strategy that's being executed by the Netanyahu government to force Palestinians out of northern Gaza and to induce them to leave the territory altogether. And Palestinians, compelled by hunger and thirst, are being forced to make their way to a handful of sites, what our closest allies uniformly condemn as a drip feeding of aid. And in fact, aid was totally cut off by Israel for over 2 months. How in the world did they justify doing that? And from the earliest days after October 7th, we witnessed this plan of systemic and wanton destruction that included destruction of homes, destruction of mosques, hospitals, and schools. This was done. This is fact. We may not want to face it, but it was done with bombs that were provided by American taxpayers and approved by this Congress. Israel unleashed the most deadly and destructive aerial bombardment campaign since Vietnam. More than 200,000 buildings were destroyed. Thousands of children were killed and injured. Thousands are amputees. And in just the last 3 months, May, June, and July, the Netanyahu government campaign has continued, and thousands more homes have been flattened by controlled demolitions. That literally means that military folks go up to a home, wire it, and blow it up. It's a home. Thousands more have been demolished by bulldozers. Israeli forces have bulldozers and they flatten the home. You know, it's too late. It's too late for the 60,000 plus people that have been killed in Gaza. But it is absolutely not too late for the United States Senate to act. We are at an absolute catastrophic inflection point. And I believe, Mr. President, that the United States, in fact, does have an obligation under humanitarian law to act. And I do believe that the American people, in your state and in mine, whether they have been supportive of Israel or not, are horrified at what is happening to innocent people in Gaza. We have an obligation to act, because if we do act, we can help save thousands of lives of Palestinians who, as we speak, are starving. You know, some folks take the position that the suffering and starvation will end when Hamas lays down its arms or releases the remaining IDF hostages. Every single one of us wants that day to come. But you know what? We have to ask ourselves a frank question. Is it right? Is it just to use as a tool of warfare the starvation of an innocent population? And I believe it doesn't. International law says that's not allowed. It's a crime to starve a population to get what you want from your enemy. It's illegal and cruel to starve children to obtain a battlefield advantage. Yet the Israeli government under Prime Minister Netanyahu has said it, that it's doing that. That's what it's doing. It is so long past time for us to say enough. It's long past time to say, no, the United States will not stand by while hunger is being used as a weapon of war. And Mr. President, we cannot separate the current starvation in Gaza from the Netanyahu government's strategy of forcibly displacing Palestinians from their land. You know, the leaders of Israel have explicitly stated their vision for Gaza. So this is not like a discussion or a debate trying to figure out what's the story. Prime Minister Netanyahu said, I don't care about the tactics, and ordered military officials to, quote, destroy the homes, bomb everything in Gaza. He said that. Finance Minister Smotrich, he said, quote, Gaza will be totally destroyed. Civilians will be sent to the south to a humanitarian zone, and from there they will start to leave in great numbers to third countries. Heritage Minister Eliyahu last week said that the Israeli government, this is last week he said that, was rushing toward Gaza, being wiped out and driving out the population. There's no mystery about what the agenda here is under the Netanyahu government. So, Mr. President, you know, we're here to debate the continuation of American military weapons that are being used to implement the Israeli Netanyahu government policy. But we're doing it at a time when the horror of starvation has become apparent to everyone. And I applaud President Trump for saying it like it was. There is starvation in Gaza, and then being in conflict with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who still denies it. But America's closest allies are calling for an end to the war. America's closest allies are wanting to cut off the shipment of weapons that sends a green light to Netanyahu's extremist government. And yet, we're here today where just 2 weeks ago, President Trump, in fact, indicated that he intends to ship another $500 million worth of 2,000-pound bombs and 1,000-pound bombs to the Netanyahu government. So, Mr. President, today we're here to debate, once again, whether we as representatives of the American people and the American taxpayers, people who want peace, who want the hostages home, but are horrified at the starvation and the destruction of innocent civilian lives, the wholesale destruction of buildings and communities, whether we should continue to provide those weapons to Israel. These bombs, by the way, are in addition to the 70,000 tons of explosives, 70,000 tons that have already been dropped on Gaza. And that's the equivalent of 6 Hiroshima nuclear explosions. Those bombs, as Senator Sanders said, have been used to destroy more than 200,000 buildings in Gaza. That's more than 3 times the number of buildings in Manhattan. The bombs have killed thousands of kids. The equivalent of a classroom full of children every day has been killed in this conflict, a classroom. And let me tell you just about one strike. It was caused with a U.S.-provided JDAM. On June 30th, a month ago, a 500-pound bomb struck a crowded beachfront cafe in Gaza, the Al Baqa Cafe. People were having coffee. How in the world they had the ability to do that with the destruction all around them? Amazing. But CNN reported that 40 people were killed, dozens were injured, including a 4-year-old child and a well-known filmmaker. A couple that had recently become engaged, just think about that. They got engaged in the midst of this destruction, showing that despite all this violence, they had hope for the future. They had love for one another. They had that capacity amidst this enormous suffering to see a future and want to be part of it. Dead. Mona, who was the woman, was an engineering student, spoke fluent English, volunteered with orphans, and she was out for a break with her friend. Miriam Saleh, she was a young painter who grew up in a refugee camp. She painted murals and dreamed of a career as a digital artist. She's dead. You know, the Netanyahu government claimed we were targeting terrorists. Who knows? Was there a, quote, terrorist there? There was nobody in combat. So we've got to stop. We have got to stop. And the question for this country is, will we stop being complicit in this destruction? Mr. President, I yield back.
Let me yield to Senator Merkley for 10 minutes.
Mr. President.
Morgan is recognized.
Following the attacks of October 7th in 2023, Israel had every right to go after Hamas. But how they do so matters. Indiscriminate bombing with massive casualties among women and children is horrific, completely unacceptable. Blocking food and medicine with the goal of inducing starvation is horrific and unacceptable. And that is true under any religious or moral code. Let me tell you about a few children the AP reported on a couple weeks ago. 4 children who starved to death, ranging from 4 months old to 2 years old. Picture that little child in your arm. Their legs and arms just a twig. Their ribs showing every indentation. And then finally, their body, as it goes through malnutrition, starts to consume itself, and they died of gastric arrest. Their stomachs and ability to absorb nutrition shut down, and they died. The hospital they were at, the patient's friend's hospital, had run out of emergency nutrition supplies. There are supplies that are specially designed for malnutrition among children. There are high-calorie biscuits and a high-calorie peanut paste enriched with milk powder that often goes by the name Plumpy Nut. It's designed to help children. It has a long shelf life. It doesn't have to be refrigerated to help save them from severe acute malnutrition. Couldn't we have enough such assistance that no child would be starving to death in Gaza? Organizations across Gaza have been running out of these supplies. UNICEF warned that their locations are running out. In fact, they said they would run out of this high nutrition assistance for children 2 weeks from now. Doctors working with malnourished children are saying the wards are quiet. And if you've been around a ward of children, you know that they are not quiet. But why are these children quiet? Because they don't have the energy to cry. Nora has an 11-month-old son. He's deeply malnourished. He's missing his major developmental milestones. And she says, "My son is supposed to be drinking formula milk, but there is none. And I am barely able to breastfeed. My milk has almost dried up because I'm also not eating well." And in fact, Nora is in better condition than many other mothers because many mothers across Gaza were unable to breastfeed at all because of their own malnourishment. Sama, another mother, relays that her family was driven from their home by airstrikes, certainly true for almost every family in Gaza. And she says, "I am pregnant, but I have not eaten anything since yesterday." Dr. Mohammed Fadlallah of Doctors Without Borders says the Gaza health system is overwhelmed and it's collapsing. And a Doctors Without Borders report says that doctors and nurses are doing their best with dwindling supplies amidst near daily mass casualty incidents, and that their clinics report treating hundreds of people injured at food distribution sites and from ongoing attacks, while their doctors and nurses are working day after day, shift after shift, without eating themselves. The suffering is unimaginable. I've called for international reporters to be allowed in so we could all see exactly what is happening. I've called for members of Congress to be allowed in, to bear witness to what is happening. But the Netanyahu government has said no reporters, no members of Congress. More than 60,000 Palestinians have been killed, widely reported. But understand this, 18,500 of them were children. According to reporting by Associated Press, more than 80 children have died from malnutrition-related causes. And for every child who dies of malnutrition, there are thousands more in deep trouble. UNICEF, on a July 25th report, said 320,000 children are at risk of acute malnutrition, with thousands already suffering from severe malnutrition, the deadliest form. This headline from the Washington Post, 60,000 Gazans have been killed, 18,500 were children. These are their names. That was in today's paper. Take a look at it, colleagues. Take a look at the pages of microscopic names, all children, and every name here on this poster, a child who is less than a year old. These are not just numbers. These are individuals beloved by their family, children who are dying, children who are deeply malnourished. Let me read you a couple names to remind us all of the fact that these are individuals just like you are an individual, just like I am an individual, my friends, my colleagues. Anissa Ali, Dia Saleh Musa, Basel Abu Jasser, Malik Abu Saif, Wael Asaf, Sama Darwish. All these children, almost 1,000 of them under the age of 1. They never got a chance to pursue their dreams. They were cut down by bombing and by malnutrition. The IPC, the world's leading hunger monitor, published a report on Tuesday. And I have that report here. Let me hold it up. This report, it says, and I quote, "The worst case scenario of famine is playing out in the Gaza Strip." The worst case. The World Food Program reports that hunger in Gaza has reached, quote, "astonishing levels of desperation, and a third of the population is not eating for multiple days in a row. But what do we hear from the head man, the leader in Israel, Netanyahu? He says on Sunday, this past Sunday, quote, "There is no starvation in Gaza." Let me be clear, that is a lie. The world knows it is a lie. We know that it is a lie. Donald Trump knows that it is a lie. President Trump said on Monday, quote, "Some of those kids, that's real starvation stuff. I see it, and you can't fake that." The use of food and water and medicine as a weapon of war against civilians, including against the children, the ill, the elderly, the women, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable under international law. It's unacceptable under any religious or moral code. I have much more to share on this topic. Many more facts I'd like to present. But I want to make sure that my colleague from Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen, gets an opportunity to share his thoughts. Now, we have called on addressing starvation, the lack of food, going way back to January of last year, 19 months ago. We called on the Biden administration, we've called on the Trump administration. He has been a leader understanding and reporting so many facts to help the rest of us understand what is going on. I will be voting against any weapon of war provided to Israel until every child and every woman has adequate nutrition in Gaza. My colleague, I yield to my colleague.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Maryland.
And I thank the senator from Oregon, and I rise. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Senator Van Hollen for up to 10 minutes, Senator Durbin for up to 2 minutes, Senator Risch for up to 5 minutes, and Senator Sanders for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the transfer of over $675 million of U.S. taxpayer money to finance 1,000-pound bombs and 20,000 fully automatic rifles and other offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has gone from horrible to hell on earth. Yesterday, we reached the grisly marker of over 60,000 people killed in Gaza, over half of them women and children, and the number could be much higher. More than 133 people have died of starvation, over 80 of them children, most of them this month. Experts have been warning about the threat of famine in Gaza for months, ever since the Netanyahu government imposed a total blockade on all humanitarian assistance going into Gaza on March 2nd. This is a man-made, preventable crisis, and the solution is clear. The Netanyahu government must immediately allow the UN-led distribution system to resume delivery of aid into Gaza to avert a full-blown famine. I have long said that Israel is completely justified in its war against Hamas, which murdered over 1,200 people and seized over 250 hostages on October 7th. And we must not rest until every remaining hostage comes home, and there must be no more October 7th. But the Netanyahu government is not justified in imposing collective punishment against all of the people of Gaza to pay for the sins of Hamas. And yet that is what is going on as it uses food and humanitarian aid as a weapon of war. There are now 500,000 people facing famine-like conditions in Gaza, but they're not just numbers. Colleagues, this is an awful, awful picture, but we have to look at what's happening in Gaza. This is baby Zanab. She weighed 6.6 pounds when she was born 5 months ago. She was 4.4 pounds when she died a few days ago. Her life could have been saved with a special type of baby formula, but none of that formula can be found into Gaza. It wasn't let in. For months, the Netanyahu government has been blocking thousands of truckloads of life-saving aid that could save babies like Zainab. And yet, the Netanyahu government is denying what every human being can see, and they're denying the humanity of people suffering. Just 3 days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu said, and I quote, "There's no starvation in Gaza." Even Donald Trump, who's given Netanyahu a blank check, called out that lie. He said, "There is real starvation in Gaza. You can't fake that." The World Food Program says it has enough food to end the crisis, but the Netanyahu government won't let them deliver all of it. And last week, they blocked almost half of the aid convoys that the WFP requested permission to bring in. On July 27th, the editorial board of Haaretz, Israel's longest-running newspaper, wrote simply, and I quote, "Gaza is starving and Israel is responsible," unquote. This chart from the Wall Street Journal tells the story. As you can see, back here in March, the Netanyahu government imposed a total blockade for months on all food and humanitarian aid entering Gaza. After several months, they began to let a little trickle of aid in, but they did not allow the deliveries to resume through the tested distribution system that had been run by the United Nations and supported by trusted organizations like the World Food Program. Instead, they replaced it with an organization that goes by the name of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, but there is nothing humanitarian about it. It is a shadowy private organization backed up by mercenaries and the IDF. The food distribution blocked by Israel had over 400 aid distribution points. The GHF operation has only 4, and they're not always open. The operation has become a death trap. When you have 4 sites to feed 2 million people, it's not surprising that thousands of desperately hungry people are surging to get what they can. And as they have surged, it's well documented that many have been shot and killed, sometimes by GHF security contractors, more often by IDF forces. The UN Secretary General said, and I quote, "Any operation that channels desperate civilians into militarized zones is inherently unsafe. It's killing people," unquote. That should be obvious to all of us. And yet the Trump administration is using $30 million of US taxpayer money to fund that death trap. And it's sending more taxpayer dollars to fund bombs to the Netanyahu government to continue the devastation of Gaza. Colleagues, this must end. The Netanyahu government must immediately allow U.S. tested UN distribution systems to resume operations and quickly surge food to starving people. It's important to note that the Netanyahu government claimed it was replacing the UN distribution system because Hamas was systematically diverting food intended for civilians for its own purposes. From the start, that was a pretext and a big lie. The UN distribution system had strong safeguards to prevent any significant diversion to Hamas, and they were working. Cindy McCain, the WFP, said her organization saw no evidence of any effort of Hamas to loot aid trucks. Israeli military officials told the New York Times in a story in just the last couple of weeks there's no such proof. In fact, they said, and I quote, "The UN aid delivery system was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population," unquote. An internal U.S. government analysis that just came out in the last few weeks found no evidence of systematic theft by Hamas. That was also the testimony of the former U.S. Special Envoy for Humanitarian Issues, David Satterfield. So why did Israel dismantle a system that was kind of working and replace it with one that's killing civilians as they try to get food? The simple reason is also horrifying. It's that the Israeli government wants to use food as a weapon of war and for population control. They opened 4 aid sites, mostly in the south, to displace Palestinians and move more in that direction. The Israeli government is trying to herd the Palestinian people into concentrated enclaves as a prelude to pushing them out of Gaza entirely. It's not a secret plan, colleagues. It's been right out there in the open. In fact, in February of this year, President Trump said he wanted to remove Palestinians from Gaza. And the Netanyahu government and the prime minister himself embraced the plan, which, by the way, had been previously proposed by members of his right-wing coalition. In fact, recently his heritage minister said, as others have quoted, that the government was, quote, rushing toward Gaza being wiped out and driving out the population. Colleagues, this is part of a coordinated campaign by the Netanyahu government, a government that has declared the removal of Gaza's population as a strategic goal of the war. That is ethnic cleansing by any other name, supported by American taxpayer dollars. The extremists in the Netanyahu coalition do not just have their eyes set on Gaza. As we speak, Israeli settlers are encroaching further and further into the West Bank, killing more and more Palestinians who live there. It's important to note that one of the arms sales we're discussing is the transfer of 20,000 fully automatic rifles to the Israeli National Police, headed by one of the most extreme members of the government, Ben-Gvir, somebody who handed out rifles to settlers a little while ago without having any idea where they're going. On top of that, back in February, President Trump suddenly revoked all U.S. sanctions against extremist settlers in the West Bank that had been put in place by the Biden administration. And that sent a terrible message. In just the first 6 months of this year, we've seen the highest rate of settler attacks in years. One of those happened on July 11th, when violent settlers beat to death a 20-year-old Palestinian American citizen from Florida while he was visiting his family. His name was Saif, and he's the 7th American citizen killed in the West Bank since January 2022, and the 5th in just the last 19 months. Some killed by Israeli settlers, others by Israeli security forces. Just this week, a Palestinian activist who helped make the Oscar-winning documentary, No Other Land, was shot and killed by a violent settler who had been sanctioned under the Biden administration, the sanctions that the Trump administration withdrew. And meanwhile, on July 23rd, just a week ago, the Israeli Knesset approved a symbolic resolution that supported annexing the entire West Bank, a place where 2.7 million Palestinians live. Colleagues, for decades, peacemakers on both sides have hoped to make the West Bank and Gaza a foundation for a Palestinian state. We need to make sure that we don't support these efforts that undermine peace and security in the region. Children are starving before our eyes. Colleagues, if ever there was a time to act, it's now. It's overdue, but let's act now and support the resolutions put forward by Senator Sanders. I yield the floor.
Durbin.
I thank the senator from Vermont. Several weeks ago, several senators joined me in meeting with the ambassador from Israel. It was an effort to discuss many of the things which we are discussing this evening. And we asked him why Israel was not providing humanitarian aid in Gaza. He said, that's not true. We were providing it, but Hamas was stealing it from us and using it to buy weapons and to make them stronger. And then he went on to say, when we asked him about the children starving, the images we had all seen on television, he said, that is not true. That is a United Nations narrative. And then we asked him basically, if there is such a difference of opinion between what is happening in Gaza, why don't you allow international journalists to come into this area and report to the world what they actually see? And he said it was too dangerous for journalists to even witness it. Mr. President, I want to tell you that was an incredible statement, and I believe totally wrong. At the outset, Cindy McCain and others have told us there is no diversion by Hamas of the humanitarian aid. It just isn't coming into Gaza. And went on to say that these children, of course we see them on television, you can't avoid it. That's the reality of the situation. And furthermore, when it came down to it, that we had to stand up and acknowledge the obvious, that Israel is part of this. Children of Gaza are starving and dying. The question is, what will the United States do about it? I thank the senator from Vermont for offering these resolutions this evening. It's painful for many of us who've devoted our congressional careers to supporting Israel and standing by them through difficult times. It is impossible to really explain or defend what is going on today. Gaza is starving and dying because of the policies of Bibi Netanyahu. It is time for us as a nation to say that our taxpayers are not going to support this effort. I will be joining the Senator this evening. I'll be joining Senator this evening in supporting this effort.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose the two resolutions that are in front of the body right now. These are two resolutions which attempt to stop munition sales to Israel that have been approved by the administration and are designed to provide Israel with defensive weapons that they need. These are misguided resolutions, and if adopted, would reinstate the failed policies of the Biden administration and would abandon America's closest ally in the Middle East. Let's remember, the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the need for the military assistance for Israel is the fault of Hamas. It is not Israel's fault. It is not America's fault. It is the fault of Hamas. It is a result of the Hamas grotesque action on October 7th, the threat Hamas poses to American national security, and of course, Hamas's treatment of the people of Gaza. They set up their military facilities in hospitals, in schools, and in mosques. They use the people of Gaza as human shields, and they steal the food that the people of Gaza need. It is despicable behavior. These are not good people, and it is in the interest of America and the world to see this terrorist group destroyed. And I couldn't agree more with my colleagues who want an end to this war. We all want to see an end to this war, an immediate ceasefire, and for the hunger crisis in Gaza to end. But the solution to all of this isn't to deprive Israel of the weapons it needs. The solution is in the hands of Hamas. This could end in a moment. Hamas could release the hostages, lay down their arms and surrender, and not one more bullet would be fired. But until this happens, we can't let up on these terrorists who have committed the atrocities against Israel, have caused this chaos in the Middle East, and endangered American national security again and again. I hope my colleagues will join me in opposing this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President, I'll only take 1 minute. A little over a year ago, the Senate voted for $18 billion in defense aid to Israel. On the Democratic side, the vote was 47-4. On the Republican side, the vote was 22-27. Democrats support defense aid to Israel. This is not a vote to retract a single dollar of that $18 billion in aid. It is a vote to say that defense aid to Israel, which Democrats overwhelmingly supported, should be defensive in nature, not offensive weapons that are likely to lead to unnecessary civilian suffering and destabilization in the region. I support defensive aid to Israel. I will support Senator Sanders' resolutions to not allow the transfer of these offensive weapons. I yield back.
Mr. President, let me just conclude by saying this. Senator Risch was right. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They began this war. They are war criminals. But Hamas is not responsible for the starvation of children today. Hamas is not responsible for the fact that 90% of the housing units in Gaza have been destroyed, that their entire healthcare system has been destroyed, that every university in Gaza has been bombed. So today, it is not about Hamas and it's not about Israel. It is about the United States of America and whether we will continue to be complicit in war crimes and in the destruction of women and children in Gaza. I ask for strong support for both of our resolutions.
The question occurs on the motion to discharge SJ Res 41. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Lynn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Kane, King, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Coons, Cornyn, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Marino, Murkowski, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, and Young. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 70. The motion is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the question is on the motion to discharge SJ Res 34.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Gotcha. Mr. Bozeman. I got you. I did. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. I did, thank you. Marino. Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Futterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Did you say no? No, I know, but I heard somebody else say too. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
Oh, no. Excuse me. Ernst, no.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. That's okay. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, and Warren. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lemus, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. I was probably not looking at you. I'm sorry. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ossoff? No. Mr. Coons? No. Ms. Murkowski? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, and the nays are 73, and the motion is not agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture. Under the previous
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Gadiakis Saralta of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service, signed by 17 senators.
Gadiakis. Okay. Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate the debate on the nomination of Gadiakis Saralta of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. I got you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cotton. Gotcha. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Got him. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. No, I can't. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts,
Why shouldn't he get the update? He heard all the other comments.
Mr. Risch. Thank you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, King, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Lummis, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
Scott of South Carolina.
Mr. Reed,
Tony.
no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 59, the nays are 38, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Gadiaki Seralto of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Matthew Kozma of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been invoked. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Matthew Kozma of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analysis, Department of Homeland Security, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Got you. Okay. I got you. I got you.
Are we done?
Thank you.
It's like a cop in a station.
Gotcha. One.
This is a fish act. I'm for fish. I know you are. Oh, but I'm for preserving your lives.
Hold on. King, I got you. Mullen, got you. Capito. Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey,
Fisher. Daines.
if I stand up on one more stair, will you get me? Yes.
Thank you.
I'm taking over the stair.
Curtis.
Curtis.
Marshall, I. Marshall. Houston. No. Gotcha. Lujan. Thank you. 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 Lee. Okay. Warner, Warnock, and Schiff. Gotcha. All right. Sir, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, are y'all that passionate?
Kim, thank you.
Coach
Kevin,
Justice.
got it. Yep, gotcha. Cassidy. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you.
On the new Trump law, maybe you want to get back.
I got you. Thank you.
Is it really? I'm going to miss you guys.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker.
Everybody get along? No big fights? Unless they're planned or organized supervised cage fights.
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd.
Still connect with some of them.
Ms. Cantwell.
But one time I figured out.
Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins.
We had a lot of filibusters and a lot of fights.
Mr. Coons.
Have a good one.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Thank you. I'll get him. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Thune, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 44, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Matthew Cosma of Virginia to be Undersecretary for Intelligence and Analyst.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 4016, an act making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous
The bill
consent.
will receive, excuse me,
Sorry.
majority. The bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 349, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 349, designating the week of August 3 through August 9, 2025 as National Farmers Market Week.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S901, a bill to amend the Small Business Act and the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 to increase the maximum loan amount for certain loans and for other purposes, and be referred to the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business day, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 31st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 271, Cheryl Mason. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22 at 11 a.m., the cloture motions filed on Tuesday ripen, and the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Mason nomination. If cloture is invoked on the Mason nomination, the Senate then execute the order of July 30th in relation to the Clarkson nomination. Further, at 2:15 p.m., the Senate execute the order in relation to the Seralta nomination, and following disposition of the Seralta nomination, the Senate vote on confirmation of the Mason nomination. And if confirmed, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on executive calendar number 254, Andrea Lucas. And if cloture is invoked, the Senate then execute the order in relation to the Cosma nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of all senators should expect 2 votes at 11 a.m., 4 votes at 2:15 p.m., and further votes throughout the day. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.